First, this regional forum focuses directly on the prevention of violent conflict. And to put it in its simplest terms possible, it means armed conflict inside a country, an internal conflict, armed, violent. So the issue, or one of the main focus, is how do we prevent armed conflicts from erupting inside a country? When we also heard on a number of occasions yesterday that these types of conflicts have become the most prevalent violent conflicts around the world today, and usually involve groups who have grievances, long-standing grievances of injustice, discrimination, dispossession, and exclusion. Armed violent conflict prevention can also include claims of self-determination or separatism. Now, there has been examples, such as in cases in the Americas, which we could mention as examples in relation to the French-speaking minority in Quebec, Canada, or the separatist movement in Puerto Rico in the United States. There are examples of armed conflict, of violent armed conflict in Nicaragua, in Mexico, in Colombia, and with the Rapa Nui and Mapuche in Chile. And there are others from which lessons can be learned, particularly the conflicts where you have negotiations which have reduced the violence and perhaps even ended an armed conflict. Second, the focus is on human rights of minorities, which can include indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and Roma and others in countries where they are not the majority, to put it in the simplest terms possible again. Because, as was pointed out also yesterday, one of the reasons for the acceptance of human rights by the international community after the Second World War was to create a system where instead of violence, people could be protected and their interests protected through human rights mechanism, what is described in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as essential if man is not to be compelled to have recourse to rebellion against tyranny and oppression. Also, as the World Bank and the United Nations also confirmed in their first joint study in 2017 on preventing violent conflict, it's where these human rights, these rights are not respected, that violence involving long-standing grievances are likely to occur. That's where we need to focus. And third, this regional forum and the recommendations that are hoped for are therefore on human rights issues around minorities to avoid future armed conflicts, and on how some of these conflicts have been stopped or at least reduced, and also the lessons on what should not be done, perhaps not be done, in order to achieve societies that are respectful, inclusive, and reflective of the diversity of its population without discrimination and in full respect of the equality of all of us, regardless of our religion, race, ethnicity, language, or other characteristic. And as also has been said yesterday, if the world increasingly leaves people behind, and this is especially true of minorities and indigenous people, if inequality is exacerbated and people become increasingly fearful and frustrated and excluded, there will be no peace because there is no justice. So these are the areas which you are asked to focus on. And these are the recommendations we will be looking for and retaining. So I guess I'm hoping that we have solved a few technical matters and that we are now ready to begin today's thematic session on the obstacles to implementing the rights of minorities and early effective conflict prevention under the moderation of Ms. Licia Brooks from the Southern Poverty Law Center, And I would like to emphasize that this is one of the leading legal advocacy organizations specializing in human rights and public interest litigation in the United States. They've been involved in many areas such as mapping and addressing hate speech and hate crimes, as well as litigating against racist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan, and perhaps more recently, or in recent years, the issue of voter suppression in the United States, which, if you haven't understood yet, targets mainly minorities. Ms. Brooks, Licia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me, and good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. My name is Licia Brooks. I'm at the Southern Poverty Law Center, as was mentioned. That's in Montgomery, Alabama. It's in the Deep South in the United States, a place, sadly, where we continue to experience violence and discrimination. I'm just honored to be with you here today. Now, we have some expert panelists that will help guide us and lead us to recommendations to meet our goals in terms of addressing obstacles, to implementing the rights of minorities, and early effective conflict prevention. It's my honor and privilege to introduce the speakers who will be with you today, but bear with me, I have a few announcements. So we have Maria Eugenia Carbone. She is director of the Latin American Program and Technical Secretariat of Latin American Network for Genocide and Mass Atrocity Prevention at Auschwitz Institute. Thank you so much for being with us. We will also hear from Carlos Alberto Sarti. He is director of Fundación Propaz. He's a graduate and master in anthropology of the Escuela de Antropología y Historia in Mexico. He's a master in political science, also serving as the executive director of Propaz in Guatemala. From 2001 to 2003, he was the director of Culture of Dialogue, Development of Resources for Peace Building and Programs. Carlos has published several books, among them Peace Building, Conflict Resolution, and Public Sphere Strengthening. Welcome, Carlos. We also have Mirna Fuentes, Conflict Prevention and Dialogue Specialist, Governance and Peace Building Regional Hub for Latin America and the Caribbean with the UN Development Program. Thank you, Mirna. And lastly, and certainly not least, Yadira Pinilla, Senior Advisor in the Secretariat for Integral Development, the Organization of American States. Presently, Ms. Pina Soto is Head of Human Development for the Department of Human Development, Education, and Employment of the OAS. She has over 25 years of experience in international affairs and multilateral diplomacy. She's worked extensively with UN agencies, regional organizations, donors, and civil society organizations in promoting a critical role for multilateral peace building. Thank you so much for being with us today. Before we hear from our experts, just a couple of housekeeping announcements. First, I would like to invite everyone to join us on social media. If you participate in social media, please share the post #MinorityForum or #MinorityForumAmericas. Please keep up with the conversation there. We also invite you to share the live stream that is fed in from YouTube. The link to the YouTube live stream will be in your chat box. To remind us that the sessions will also be recorded and available in English only on the organizer's website, minorityforum.info. together with a final set of recommendations following today's regional forum. I'd like to remind participants that simultaneous interpretation is available in French, Portuguese, and Spanish. The interpretation button is located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Please select the language you would like to hear. Thankfully, we have Mexican Sign Language interpretation, and that can be accessed by pinning the sign language interpreter's video. Those are 3 little dots at the top of the screen. Pin that. Finally, I would, after our experts present some recommendations today, we will be inviting participants to share. I want to remind everyone to stay on topic. The topic is obstacles to implementing the rights of minorities in early effective conflict prevention. I, as your moderator, will help us stay on topic. Once the experts have presented, participants are invited to raise their hand and indicate that they would like to share. Each person will have 2 minutes to share. So without further ado, let us hear from our experts. Ms. Carbon, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Licia. Thanks, everyone. I would like to provide my recognition to this event. Thank you very much, the Tom Lantos Institute, Mr. Special Reporter. I will switch immediately into Spanish, but also I want to recognize the great value of having the interpretation system, because it's part of providing channels of communication and good thinking. So thank you very much. And I'm switching into Spanish. Además de agradecer, como lo hice recién, a las instituciones que están organizando este evento, quiero agradecer particularmente por abordar esta temática tan sensible y que en la actualidad además está impactada por la pandemia COVID-19. En mi caso, como representante del Auschwitz Institute for the Prevention of Genocide and Mass Atrocities, me toca la responsabilidad de contarles un poco de qué se trata trabajar en materia de prevención, como bien lo establece el título de esta sesión de trabajo, y que es nuestro trabajo en particular que implica la prevención de crímenes atroces, como el genocidio, crímenes de lesa humanidad y crímenes de guerra. Este trabajo que asume el Auschwitz Institute tiene como aspiración, trabajamos todos los días para identificar factores de riesgo que existen en nuestras sociedades y que si no se contrarrestan o mitigan oportunamente, pueden efectivamente escalar hacia la comisión de estos crímenes atroces. Esto es genocidio, crímenes de guerra y crímenes de lesa humanidad, lo reitero porque es lo que nos inspira en nuestra tarea. Es importante que para empezar estemos todos de acuerdo entonces que todos los conflictos o tensiones sociales que se suceden en nuestras sociedades no son fenómenos que se suceden o que suceden espontáneamente, sino que son procesos complejos y multicausales. En ese sentido, entonces, trabajar en la prevención también implica mirar a la prevención, planificar la prevención con un sentido de proceso, con un sentido de plan, con un sentido de progresividad. Pensando un poco en los obstáculos que nos invita también el título de la sesión, yo puedo mencionar que muy específicamente pensando en América Latina, que a pesar de todos los compromisos internacionales en materia de prevención de atrocidades, en materia de conflictos internos, sigue siendo difícil traducir todos los conocimientos académicos, todos los conocimientos históricos y los compromisos asumidos internacionalmente en acciones concretas que garanticen una mayor y mejor protección de las minorías. Las brechas que existen todavía entre los compromisos internacionales y nacionales y la realidad en nuestros países se profundizan porque todavía tenemos una arquitectura, una infraestructura deficiente en materia de prevención, y esto hace que no podamos conectar a las realidades locales con las acciones nacionales y el sistema internacional. Esto es como el gran problema que nosotros vemos y que nos inspira a trabajar en América Latina con este sentido de prevención. Por eso creo que este foro es ideal y esencial para poder aportar ideas y recomendaciones para lograr que el enfoque y los mecanismos que tienen que ver con prevención temprana se instalen con fuerza en las agendas de políticas públicas, pero que además estas políticas públicas se apliquen efectivamente a nivel local. De nada nos sirve tener hermosos enunciados, políticas públicas muy bien redactadas, si esas políticas efectivamente no permean en las realidades locales de nuestras poblaciones, mucho menos de aquellas poblaciones que están en una situación de riesgo. Acá entonces la siguiente pregunta es, ok, ¿cómo lo hacemos? Tenemos el problema, ¿cómo lo hacemos? ¿Cómo pensamos en términos de prevención? En principio, una de las cuestiones más importantes es tener identificados los focos de riesgo y las tensiones que existen en cada una de las sociedades. No hay una sola sociedad en el mundo que no tenga determinados focos o tensiones instaladas, y la necesidad de interpretarlos y conocer que están estas tensiones. Esto entonces implica el trabajo de reconocer y no negar el problema. Muchas veces, y esto hay que reconocerlo, saber que más allá de ciertos esfuerzos que la sociedad civil o los gobiernos venimos llevando adelante, las desigualdades y las tensiones persisten. Esta sensación por ahí de frustración o de fracaso no tiene que detener en nuestra labor, no tenemos que negar esa realidad, no tenemos que esconderla debajo de la alfombra, como solemos decir en Argentina, sino muy por el contrario, traer estos problemas a la luz, ponerlos sobre la mesa y poder trabajar en la identificación de cómo mitigar, cómo identificar dispositivos prácticos para contrarrestar estos riesgos. Acá viene una buena noticia. En América Latina, a través de la Red Latinoamericana para la Prevención del Genocidio y Atrocidades Masivas, que nombraba Alicia cuando me presentó, ya están identificados determinados pilares sobre los cuales poder apoyar el trabajo en prevención. Y para contarles muy brevemente, estos 3 pilares prioritarios son el trabajo para el diseño de políticas y planes contra la discriminación, tener la lucha contra la discriminación como un pilar esencial para el trabajo en materia de prevención. La protección de las minorías es otro de los pilares. Pueblos indígenas, migrantes y refugiados, personas LGTBI, son parte de los pilares identificados por la Red Latinoamericana. Y además, por la propia historia de América Latina, seguir trabajando en el fortalecimiento de los pilares de memoria, verdad y justicia. Nuestros países lamentablemente han pasado atrocidades en nuestro pasado reciente que tienen que ver con dictaduras sangrientas, tienen que ver con conflictos armados internos que dejaron heridas muy profundas en el tejido social e institucional, que es necesario seguir mirando, revisando, reparando para evitar la recurrencia. Entonces, estos vendrían a ser los 3 pilares sobre los que América Latina está trabajando para apoyar un enfoque de prevención, para poder tener políticas públicas en materia de prevención. Esto es un avance, esto es tener identificado el problema, reconocer el problema, pero no podemos quedarnos ahí. La idea es seguir profundizando y desarrollando mecanismos específicos para una verdadera prevención. Y esto entonces nos trae de nuevo a la pregunta, ok, pero ¿cómo lo hacemos? Para nosotros entonces, y acá ya viene en un formato de experiencia de nuestro trabajo, pero además de recomendación, donde creemos necesario apoyarnos en dos acciones muy concretas. La primera es la construcción de diálogo y canales de comunicación y trabajo franco y constructivo entre todos los actores sociales que tenemos una responsabilidad en materia de gestión de la agenda de derechos humanos, en materia de protección de las minorías, en materia de articulación de mecanismos interinstitucionales. Esto implica fomentar el trabajo en red. Esto implica darle sentido al verbo articular. Yo les comentaba recién que los conflictos y las tensiones sociales no son fenómenos simples, al contrario, son fenómenos muy complejos que no pueden solucionarse ni de la noche a la mañana, ni con respuestas aisladas o individuales. Es necesario abarcarlos, abordarlos con un trabajo en red para que esas respuestas, las respuestas tempranas para mitigar las crisis, sean lo más efectivas posibles. Yo creo que América Latina tiene una oportunidad histórica de poder trabajar, profundizar el trabajo en red. Tenemos una sociedad civil muy robusta, tenemos gobiernos comprometidos en el trabajo en materia de protección de derechos, tenemos mecanismos y normativa internacional y regional ya diseñada e implementada y puesta en vigor, con lo cual tenemos el desafío de unificar, unirnos en estrategias para no trabajar en compartimentos estancos y poder tener estrategias regionales mucho más robustas y fortalecidas. La otra acción que le sigue a este trabajo en red es tener dispositivos para observar permanentemente la realidad de todos los grupos que están en una situación de riesgo. Poder ver cuáles son los riesgos a los que están expuestos, conocer el comportamiento de la sociedad y de las instituciones para con ellos, y también desarrollar herramientas para mitigar esos riesgos a los que están expuestos. Acá necesitamos de este trabajo en red, pero también de una observación y un mapeo permanente de los criterios de riesgos que están presentes en nuestras sociedades. Solo para mencionar algunos de estos riesgos es el impacto de las crisis socioeconómicas recurrentes que tenemos en la región, la debilidad de los estados, la inestabilidad política que atraviesan nuestros países, la desigualdad y las tensiones entre los grupos también son focos de riesgos que tenemos que mirar. El historial de conflictos y atrocidades del pasado reciente son además indicadores o criterios que nos cabe a los que les tenemos que prestar atención para poder desarrollar planes de mitigación temprana de estos riesgos. Un poco yendo a la actualidad, también es preciso mirar a la pandemia o al fenómeno alrededor del cambio climático como amplificadores de estos riesgos y como catalizadores de conflictos. Lamentablemente no hay una receta universal para aplicar. Entenderán que no es lo mismo atender riesgos que sufren hoy día, por ejemplo, las personas migrantes y refugiadas, con las mismas políticas o medidas que necesitamos aplicar a los pueblos indígenas, porque son realidades diferentes. Hay raíces de conflicto o de tensión diferentes, por lo cual es muy imperioso observar cada realidad y tejer políticas concretas para cada una de ellas. Estas acciones tienen que ver con fortalecer la protección de estos grupos, proteger la protección de toda la sociedad, y tiene que ir acompañado por dispositivos permanentes de educación y de capacitación a todos los sectores de la sociedad. Capacitación a funcionarios públicos, capacitación a efectores sociales y trabajar sobre estos fenómenos actuales. Pero tampoco tenemos que perder de vista la responsabilidad que tenemos de formar a las futuras generaciones. Entonces acá el dispositivo de educación, la responsabilidad de educación también tiene que ver con pensar en programas regulares de educación que potencien en las futuras generaciones la responsabilidad de combatir los prejuicios, el odio, la discriminación, teniendo en cuenta que de esa forma estamos ayudando a prevenir conflictos en el futuro. Si tuviera que poner en síntesis los tres ejes o recomendaciones para poder trabajar y pensar con un formato preventivo y de prevención temprana, yo sugeriría educar y capacitar a todos los actores sociales, incluyendo las nuevas generaciones. Pondría otro acento en el eje de implementar, esto es desarrollar herramientas y planes para observar y monitorear los factores de riesgo de conflictos basados en la identidad y también para implementar soluciones políticas prácticas, muy prácticas y concretas para robustecer las agendas nacionales. El tercer eje, en términos de recomendaciones, tiene que ver con expandir. Esto es fortalecer y conectar a los diferentes actores sociales claves en todos los niveles de la sociedad. Esto es a nivel local, nacional, regional y global, para promover una colaboración y el diseño de estrategias conjuntas con sentido de prevención. Son como los tres ejes que nosotros proponemos. Esperamos que sean líneas inspiradoras y por supuesto yo quedo muy atenta para seguir participando de este diálogo que nos atraviesa durante el día de hoy. Les agradezco mucho la atención y quedo por aquí.
Thank you so much, Eugenia. We really appreciate the recommendations. And I just want to lift up a couple of things that I heard. I appreciate that you introduced the topic as being very complex, and it is. Also appreciate you noting that there's no silver bullet, that it will be different in every area, every country, every place. With that being said, you were very clear about the three pillars that will help us move towards early prevention. If I could just underscore those, I heard you say first, understand the tensions, bring issues to the forefront, just put them out there, and develop practical and concrete processes and policies. I also understood you to say that the Auschwitz Institute has on their website these pillars to develop public policy plans against discrimination, protect minorities, and strengthen memory, truth, and justice. I have to say that last one is probably my favorite. Thank you so much. Because I really believe that strengthening truth and justice and memory is key to all of it, right? So thank you so much for what you do every day, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us today. I'd next like to invite Mirna Angela Fuentes. I'm sorry, it seems that Carlos has not joined us yet, so I'm going to invite you to share next, if you will, please, and forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Mirna?
Muchísimas gracias. En inicio, buenos días y buenas tardes. Agradecer, ¿me escuchan bien? Ok. Agradecer a Fernán de Barenes, relator especial de las Naciones Unidas sobre cuestiones de las minorías, porque el participar en este evento me permitirá exponer algunas ideas sobre cuáles serían los obstáculos para la implementación de los derechos de las minorías y la prevención temprana de conflictos desde un enfoque regional. Además, me va a permitir identificar lo que estaba en la pregunta, el por qué rara vez se reconocen o se abordan las causas fundamentales de la mayoría de los conflictos. y además la negación de los derechos humanos de las minorías y sus aspiraciones. En ese sentido, entendiendo que los derechos de las minorías están contenidos en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos, en los pactos internacionales, en las convenciones, en las ratificaciones de los países a estas convenciones y a estos pactos internacionales. Posteriormente voy a hacer referencia en este marco cuando refiero a los obstáculos, voy a hablar y hacer referencia al artículo 2, precisamente de los derechos de las minorías. Tengo entendido que tengo 10 minutos para la presentación, entonces voy a tratar de regirme a los 10 minutos. En una mirada diacrónica, es importante puntualizar que en el siglo XX, mejor dicho, se ha caracterizado por conflictos armados, principalmente intraestatales. Mencionaremos algunos países en América Latina que han tenido esta característica: el caso de Guatemala, Nicaragua, Salvador, el Perú, Colombia, en tanto que el ingreso al siglo XXI se ha iniciado con la continuación del conflicto armado que se tiene en Colombia. Pero los conflictos violentos han ido en aumento y han ido adquiriendo otro tipo de características, como son las poblaciones desplazadas, los incidentes terroristas, aquellos que han tenido que ver con el cambio climático, que han tenido que ver con los procesos de consulta, con la implementación de megaproyectos, que le han dado otro matiz al tema de la conflictividad y los conflictos violentos. Ahora bien, es importante señalar que para encarar y para identificar estos obstáculos, es necesario que los actores que están involucrados no solamente se queden en un solo nivel, sino que trasciendan los niveles, del nivel local, el nivel nacional, el nivel regional, el nivel global. Y además que debe haber complementación entre ambos. El enfoque debe centrarse básicamente en lo que es la prevención de conflictos para evitar que estos escalen en violencia, como hemos visto principalmente en este último quinquenio a partir del 2017. Ahora bien, para entrar ya más en tema, es importante reflexionar que no se puede alcanzar la consolidación de la paz sin justicia. Estoy haciendo referencia a palabras de Martin Luther King, que muy enfáticamente hablaba de estos dos componentes: no hay paz sin justicia. Por ello, la necesidad de abordar aquellos factores que generan esta injusticia, si vale el término, como son las desigualdades y la exclusión, en especial del grupo minoritario de las minorías. El no hacerlo puede ser el germen de futuros conflictos violentos. Ahora, ¿cuáles son los obstáculos que se identifican para la aplicación de los derechos de las minorías y la prevención temprana de conflictos? Estos son yo los voy a traducir en desafíos para que luego sean recomendaciones. Y considero tres ámbitos principalmente: el ámbito legal, el ámbito institucional y el ámbito político. En el legal, como ya había mencionado anteriormente, existe el reconocimiento de los derechos a través de los tratados, de las convenciones, de las ratificaciones mediante leyes en los países, de todos los instrumentos. ¿Dónde está la traba? ¿Cuál es el obstáculo que se está identificando? Pues bien, si bien es cierto que ya existen en el marco legal todo un conjunto de leyes, tratados, el problema que identificamos es en el cómo se aplican estos instrumentos y cómo es su cumplimiento. No es suficiente que solamente esté en la legislación. Tiene que verificarse el cómo se está haciendo y cómo se está cumpliendo. Entonces, para ello voy a retornar al artículo 2 que había hecho mención, que está en el tema de la Declaratoria de los Derechos de las Minorías, que hace referencia principalmente al derecho de participar efectivamente en las decisiones que se adoptan a nivel nacional. Y para ello voy a centrarme básicamente en lo que es el convenio 169, que tiene mucho que ver con la conflictividad actual que tenemos especialmente en América Latina. hace referencia al derecho a la consulta previa, libre e informada a los pueblos indígenas. Entonces, cuando hablamos de participación, y aquí vemos otra vez el cómo, hay que tomar en cuenta que la participación no se limita a una presencia física. O sea, no es el estar en el espacio donde se está dando la consulta, sino está en el hecho de que la palabra de las minorías sea tomada en cuenta, que no sean excluidos en el pensamiento, que no haya discriminación en el sentido de asumir el pensamiento de ellos como parte de esta consulta y como parte de una participación efectiva. Es el reconocimiento de la otredad, es la participación real y la efectiva, que nosotros traducimos básicamente, que es parte de uno de los instrumentos que tenemos para la prevención de conflictos, que es el diálogo. Nosotros apostamos a lo que es el diálogo, y principalmente en esta temática de las minorías, haciendo referencia a los pueblos indígenas, nos referimos al diálogo intercultural, al diálogo de las narrativas, entendiendo que el diálogo es un proceso de una genuina interacción mediante la cual los seres humanos nos escuchamos los unos a otros con la suficiente profundidad y el respeto para que podamos incorporar el pensamiento de los otros y poder generar esta escucha activa y este diálogo entre todos los actores que están en una determinada temática. Además del tema legal, el otro aspecto es el institucional. Entonces, cuando hablamos del tema institucional, ¿a qué estamos haciendo referencia? El tema institucional tiene que ver básicamente con la desinstitucionalización que hay en gran parte de los países de América Latina, que hace a la fragilidad de los procesos. Y esta fragilidad de los procesos tiene que ver precisamente con las instituciones que están dentro de los países. Y voy a hacer referencia en este caso, retomando el tema del convenio 169 y el tema de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas en estos procesos de consulta, a lo que ha estado pasando también en este último quinquenio con la muerte o el asesinato de muchos líderes indígenas que son defensores de los derechos de las minorías. Y que lamentablemente dentro de esta desinstitucionalización que se da en muchos países, no se llega a concretizar o a aportar en términos de dar justicia a estos asesinatos que están sucediendo. Por eso es que no puede haber paz sin justicia. Y por eso hago referencia al tema de la institucionalidad. Y el otro es el tema político. Y en el tema político es importante recalcar que está muy relacionado al tema del enfoque de desarrollo. Entonces, para que las minorías tengan voz activa, es importante escuchar el tema de lo que viene a ser el enfoque de desarrollo de los distintos países. Y eso tiene que ver con los decisores políticos y con las decisiones de los países. Y ahora sí voy a entrar al tema tomando estos desafíos en estos tres ámbitos, al tema de las recomendaciones. ¿Qué es lo que nosotros recomendamos en términos de lo que viene a ser estos obstáculos que se han identificado y los desafíos que planteamos? Nosotros apostamos y somos fieles creyentes de lo que es el diálogo intercultural. El diálogo intercultural entendido como aquella interacción genuina, pero además que incorpora visiones y cosmovisiones. En algún momento se hablaba, es tu visión versus mi cosmovisión. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos viendo un mismo fenómeno, pero desde distintos espacios. Entonces, para la prevención de los conflictos se tiene que incorporar el tema de diálogos interculturales, como es interacción genuina entre diferentes, y además se debe incorporar el diálogo de narrativas. También hemos visto de que últimamente, en términos de lo que vienen a ser los conflictos, y para entrar en la prevención de conflictos, hay unas narrativas que se han tornado con mensajes de odio. Entonces, por eso debemos incorporar este diálogo de narrativas. Que es el tema de la prevención, para poder prevenir, para poder adelantarnos al conflicto, es mejor que escala en violencia. Es por eso que el tema de la sensibilidad al conflicto, el tema de los procesos de diálogo, el tema de, para nosotros es un elemento importante, cuando ya se visibiliza, puede haber algún conflicto, es importante agendar al conflicto, no que el conflicto nos agende a nosotros, porque cuando ya el conflicto te ha agendado es porque realmente ha escalado en violencia y te obliga a una agenda marcada por los actores que están conflictando. En cambio, cuando tú te anticipas y agendas conflicto y generas acciones e interacciones, como son los procesos de diálogo, pues estos van a servir y van a ser de mucha utilidad para el proceso de prevención. He tomado los 10 minutos que me han asignado y bueno, estoy presta a preguntas, inquietudes y comentarios que quieran realizar. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for thank you again for lifting up that if there's no peace, there is no justice. I also really appreciate your call for intercultural dialogue and real genuine dialogue that includes sharing of narratives. That is so, so important. Also appreciate how you're pointing out that things are different in the 20th century with respect to armed conflict. Things like climate change that we heard from our earlier speaker as well. So thank you so much for sharing. So happy to see that Carlos has joined us. Carlos Alberto Sarti, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Disculpen el atraso. Doctor Fernández Barenes, relator especial sobre cuestión de minorías, y señora Ana María Viró, directora del Instituto Online, gracias por la invitación. Mi exposición la voy a enmarcar en la prevención de conflictos y la protección de los derechos humanos de las minorías desde la perspectiva de la situación actual de los pueblos indígenas en la región en base a mi experiencia guatemalteca. Baste señalar por el momento que los pueblos indígenas desde la colonia han sido marginalizados, explotados y sin un acceso pleno a la justicia. Esta asimetría se expresa a lo largo de la historia en conflictividades estructurales y conflictos puntuales de diversa naturaleza. Desde esta perspectiva, los pueblos indígenas, a pesar de que en muchos países de la región son mayoría, son tratados como una minoría con la cauda que esta situación conlleva: racismo, exclusión, explotación, negación de territorio, negación de derechos y sujetos de políticas de asimilacionistas que niegan su identidad. Reconociendo el rol de la situación de explotación económica, yo parto de la base y voy a partir de un análisis político que considera que el poder político dominante es el punto de partida de la situación histórica estructural en que están los pueblos indígenas y su situación actual. Es decir, detrás de cada situación de violación de derechos humanos, conflictos, encontramos una estructura de poder que lo determina. La discriminación, marginalidad y violación de los derechos humanos de las minorías es una construcción social elaborada desde el poder político. Esta elaboración desde el poder político de legitimar y crear condiciones para que se vea con naturalidad, digamos, ciertas exclusiones y discriminaciones, está basada también en fuertes prejuicios inculcados. Los prejuicios son un fenómeno político y social culturalmente arraigado, basado en aprendizajes inculcados. No se trata solo de las creencias individuales o emociones respecto a grupos sociales, sino es una forma de representación social compartida entre miembros de determinados grupos, sectores y gobiernos. La deriva de estos prejuicios es considerar a los otros como peligrosos y negativos que amenazan la estabilidad y seguridad del grupo dominante. En síntesis, pues, el principal obstáculo, consideramos, para la aplicación de los derechos de las minorías y la prevención temprana de los conflictos son la existencia todavía de estados y gobiernos autoritarios, elitistas y discriminadores. Ahí consideramos que es el punto de apalancamiento para poder repensar una serie de situaciones que más adelante en algún momento yo voy a señalar en la recomendación. Ahora bien, un poquito entrando en la situación de los pueblos indígenas. Los pueblos indígenas tienen una identidad ancestral desde antes de la colonia, con una cultura lingüística y religiosa elaborada en torno a una compleja cosmovisión del universo, la naturaleza y la sociedad. Son pueblos indígenas con organizaciones y gestión propia de sus territorios y con métodos alternativos de resolución de conflictos y búsqueda de la armonía social. Sin embargo, estos pueblos, como todos sabemos, a partir de la conquista pasan a ser pueblos subordinados al poder central de los Estados-nación. En países como Guatemala, la conflictividad de Estado-pueblos indígenas es la causa primordial de la conflictividad nacional. No en balde, los acuerdos de paz que se firmaron en Guatemala en 1996 dedican uno de los acuerdos sustantivos a la identidad y derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Y el Acuerdo para la Paz Firme y Duradera declara que Guatemala debe ser un país pluricultural, multilingüe y multiétnico. Esto indudablemente no se ha cumplido y a 25 años de los acuerdos de paz seguimos una situación similar a la que teníamos durante el conflicto armado. Lo que vemos entonces es que ante esta situación de las minorías coyunturales, activas, lo que se encuentra son que las instituciones en América Latina están fallando. Está fallando las leyes, la justicia, la convivencia y el Estado de Derecho. Son estados fallidos y sociedades que están fallando. Esto lleva a que se desarrollen procesos de resistencia territorial de pueblos indígenas y otras minorías y conflictos agudos de distinta profundidad y amplitud. Basta ver los periódicos en nuestros países para ver la efervescencia social y la potencialidad de cambio que está en esa resistencia. En este sentido, muchos de nuestros países en América Latina se caracterizan por ser sociedades con conflictividades profundamente arraigadas. Es decir, la conflictividad, la violencia que es eso, la exclusión, el racismo, son estructuralmente gestadas en el proceso de desarrollo de nuestros países. Por suerte, actualmente los pueblos indígenas de la región están en movimiento bajo distintas formas y tiempos, pero orientados al logro de su plena identidad y de vigencias de sus derechos en el marco de los estados nacionales. Debemos, pues, apoyar estos esfuerzos porque los pueblos indígenas tienen análisis y tienen propuestas, incluso culturalmente más amplias y cosmogónicas, para la vida armónica de la sociedad. Y en esa medida, como decía en una comunicación el relator especial, una comunicación que nos mandó el lunes, cito, acabar con la discriminación y la exclusión y reducir las desigualdades y vulnerabilidades que dejan a la gente atrás. Ese concepto que dejan a la gente atrás, a mí me parece muy importante porque nos da una luz para ver el pasado. No debemos dejar que la gente ya siga atrás. El Popol Vuh, el libro sagrado de los quichés en Guatemala, dice que nadie se quede atrás y que todos sigan adelante. Al respecto, hay que recordar que lo nuevo siempre viene de lejos. O sea, lo nuevo tiene raíz y siempre viene de lejos. Voy a entrar rápidamente a las recomendaciones porque a mí me cuesta mucho bregar con el tiempo. Yo creo que una de las recomendaciones que yo tendría es que hay que repensar el concepto y las políticas de inclusión social. Por lo general, la inclusión es vista como un proceso mediante el cual individuos y minorías son integrados a la sociedad en que viven. Esto puede significar solo pasar de una situación de explotación a otra. Por el contrario, en ese sentido, la inclusión debe entenderse como una profunda transformación de las estructuras sociales, políticas y económicas que permitan el bienestar y el pleno ejercicio de derechos a las personas incluidas. Por eso es necesario defender los derechos humanos de las minorías desde la política en el sentido más amplio, y no solo como políticas públicas o declaraciones intrascendentes, ya sean nacionales o internacionales. El enfoque político para abordar todos los problemas de las minorías es fundamental. Otra recomendación va en el sentido de la prevención sistémica de la conflictividad. Por lo general, pensamos la prevención de conflictos específicos, pero hay que prevenir la conflictividad general de un país o una sociedad. Como el cambio es gradual, discontinuo y articulado, hay que acompañar, sensibilizar y fortalecer a los gobiernos y instituciones internacionales, pero a la vez presionar y sancionar a los gobiernos que violan los derechos humanos de las minorías y en paralelo acompañar y legitimar los movimientos y las justas demandas de las minorías. Esta doble vía puede llegar a acciones concertadas entre gobierno y minorías para prevenir escaladas conflictivas, desactivar tensiones, gestionar conflictos y construir paz. Se trata entonces de apoyar a los estados para que las instituciones sean más inclusivas, que no vean a las demandas de los minorías como ataques o amenazas, sino como derechos que deben atender. Y a la par facilitar procesos internos de las minorías para su empoderamiento constructivo. Otra línea de acción más específica es promover y acompañar acuerdos y pactos políticos intersectoriales. Es decir, que pactos políticos entre sectores asuman el problema de las minorías y no se vea como una especialidad de la cooperación internacional o de una agencia de gobierno que tiene que tratar con esto. Es decir, poner en el centro de los debates políticos la situación de las minorías. Esta es la forma, digamos, de tener esa visión ampliada. Esto fue precisamente el espíritu de los acuerdos de paz en Guatemala y también en Colombia, es decir, la inclusión y el abordaje de la conflictividad nacional. Y por último, considero, que debemos ampliar nuestra visión sobre las minorías, asumiendo lo que yo llamo la interdependencia recíproca y transformativa como una visión de cambio. Esta visión cobra relevancia en los actuales momentos de incertidumbre y repolarización social política a todo nivel. Es decir, la interdependencia fundamenta para los constructores de paz, la interdependencia fundamenta nuestras creencias de que los conflictos pueden ser resueltos, transformados y gestionados para volver a restituir la armonía y los equilibrios sociales, políticos y globales. No es posible, y menos en estos momentos, las personas individuales tratando de transformar procesos que son de una raíz grande mucho más fuerte. Es decir, no es posible la persona aislada. Convivir y socializar es parte de nuestro diseño como seres humanos, independientes si somos mayoría o minoría, gobierno, sociedad. La interdependencia supone que ésta sea recíproca, es decir, entre iguales, equitativa, buscando los equilibrios y con corresponsabilidad mutua y el predominio de lo común y el respeto de ciertas normas de convivencia. Es decir, no independencia absoluta ni dependencia subordinada, sino interdependencia transformativa. Eso es lo último que nosotros proponemos, que desde la visión de todos nosotros comprometidos con las minorías, con los procesos de cambio, asumamos la interdependencia como un eje central que nos oriente y nos dé fuerza también para poder bregar con todos los obstáculos que tenemos. Yo creo que todos nosotros hemos tenido muchas frustraciones en nuestro trabajo porque nos estamos enfrentando a situaciones muy complejas. Muchas gracias por haberme escuchado y espero más adelante pues poder aportar en otro momento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. You calling out the injustices, racism, exclusion, denial of rights, economic exploitation. Also appreciate greatly how you delineated that it's not an individual situation, it's a systemic institutional problem that requires coming together across civil society, government, and individuals. Not an individual problem, and it will not be solved by individuals. And really appreciate your guide to transformational interdependency. Thank you so much, Carlos. Before we introduce the final expert, I would like to invite participants to use the raise your hand function in the reactions box if you would like to share after our final expert. Now, it's an honor to introduce again, Yadira Bonilla. You have 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good morning, thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, a very special hello, un saludo muy cálido a mi amigo Carlos Sarti, with whom I worked with for many, many years in a very, very signature and important program in Guatemala, of which he is now the director. I also want to thank Dr. Fernan Barenes, UN Special Rapporteur for Minority Rights. I am very pleased to be here again. I have worked with Gay McDougall and John Packer in another lifetime when I was a political advisor at the Office of the Assistant Secretary General, and when I was working with the Secretary General at that time. I'm going to speak in English, and I'm going to center my presentation. I know my predecessor, Magdalena Talamas, gave an overview of some of the highlights of the Organization of American States. I've been working in post-conflict peace building, democratic strengthening, and conflict prevention at the OAS for about 25 years. Recently, I've been transferred to the Secretariat for Integral Development. And so I'm going to speak about my past experience, conflict prevention and the protection of minorities through civil society empowerment. The OAS has many different areas that contribute to the defense and the protection of minorities, as you all know. We have the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. We have the court. We also have a new department, which I'm going to speak to. So it's going to be very difficult to talk about all of the contributions that the OAS makes as a system, from a multilateral perspective towards the topic at hand. So I'm going to focus on a very particular issue, and I have a PowerPoint, and I'm going to try to see if I can manage the PowerPoint, speak, and manage the Zoom at the same time. So if you just bear with me 1 second, I guess I know we're supposed to be very well versed by now on this. I don't know, can you see my presentation now? Okay. So as you all know, in 2015, our new Secretary General came in with a very important platform on more rights for more people. And it essentially goes to the essence of bringing the value added and the contributions that an organization like the OAS makes to more people. In other words, allowing for the benefits to come down to at the most basic level. And this actually pushed the organization to begin focusing more on equity and social inclusion, and directly link it to the promotion of democracy and good governance. So as been stated, the regional organizations like the OAS have played an important role in post-conflict peace building and conflict prevention through dialogue promotion, primarily through its work in democratic strengthening and respect for human rights. And essentially in the last 2 decades, the OAS has devoted a great deal of time in developing conflict management tools and training programs directed at developing local capacity in conflict prevention, mitigation, crisis prevention, and conflict resolution at all levels. So this really began about the late 1990s, And at the same time, in that period, Latin America and the Caribbean regions began experiencing a new role for civil society, a gradual but steady growth of direct citizen activism. The inclusion of civil society organizations and civil society voices became more prevalent in the first Summit of the Americas in Quebec City in 2001. And this marked a significant milestone for the Inter-American system and its relationship with civil society. So while we have the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and as you know, they work on preparing and monitoring the violation of human rights, we began working in the 1990s on establishing a better relationship with civil society organizations who were very interested in and began lobbying for more effective and institutionalized avenues and spaces for civil society participation in the OAS at all levels. And this process began opening new spaces to include civil society organizations in decision-making processes at the OAS and generating partnerships for implementation of many of our projects and development initiatives. We began working through Resolution 840, which was strategies for increasing and strengthening civil society participation. This also marked an opportunity to begin bringing civil society organizations into the work of democratic strengthening, conflict resolution, and hemispheric security. We noted that these were very key issues that civil society organizations were interested in being considered and taken into account. So through successive summit declarations and mandates, OAS member states and OAS governments began recognizing the importance of cooperating with civil society organizations to strengthen democracy and to promote the rights of minorities, such as Afro-descendants, indigenous groups, women and youth, and recently of the LGBT community. The important role that civil society organizations have played in helping the OAS understand the value of mainstreaming, for example, conflict prevention mechanisms and political dialogue at the inter-American level has allowed the OAS to be able to definitely develop further in the conflict resolution and conflict prevention architecture. When we began working with civil society back with when we started working with OAS Pro Paz, which was one of the first peace building missions that we had in Central America, we realized that you could not talk about conflict prevention, you could not talk about conflict resolution if you did not take into consideration civil society, and you did not take into consideration their grievances, and you did not recognize them as a primary stakeholder that should be sitting at the table. And you have to think about what was happening in the 1990s. And within the framework of a multilateral organization like the OAS, this was a challenge and an obstacle to really being able to develop effective supports for conflict prevention, for long-term peace building missions, such as the one that we were working on with Guatemala OAS Pro Paz, and many other initiatives that we had going on in the field. We were working in Nicaragua, we were working in other places of Latin America. And this was a very foreign issue for many of the governments. The idea of allowing civil society organizations to sit at the table or having them be the primary benefit of many of our development initiatives or our missions was quite new. And and I'll get to the, my presentation is centered on the obstacles / challenges and what the OAS actually, pushed and promoted to be able to overcome these obstacles. So as I mentioned, civil society organizations have played a very important role in the implementation of many our peace building related projects in Central America, Bolivia, and of recent in Colombia, which was mentioned by Carlos. We have a long-term mission. It's been there since 2004. And this mission has made it an explicit objective to include the communities that have been affected by the armed conflict, to include the grievances of the returning paramilitaries and returning combatants into society, is working. We have over 150 field offices, and we're working at the most basic community level to include and report on the peace process and the monitoring of the peace agreements. And because of all the experience that we had from the 1990s to the 2000s, and the work that we did within the democracy portfolio and the peace building portfolio, we were able to set up a special department called the Department for Social Inclusion. And I really invite many people to look into this department. They are the area of the OAS that's working primarily in the protection and promotion of minority rights. I have put a little bit of information here on some of their objectives and what their mission is, but they're doing some very important work with regards to working with the member states and compliance of the normative frameworks and the agreements. In particular, they set up a working group on the Protocol of San Salvador, which is very important. And as I have been mentioning, we have the Department for Sustainable Democracy and Special Missions, which I worked in for quite some time. And these are some of the current missions that we are working, and we have an explicit goal to include civil society in these missions and to work towards an equitable participation of key communities that are affected, in the case of Colombia by the armed conflict, in the case of our mission in Belize, Guatemala, the communities that are living on the border between Belize and Guatemala that are been affected by the territorial dispute. And in the case of the Inter-American Judicial Facilitators, it's a very unique program that works at the community level and has developed community mediators so that the communities are not marginalized by the official justice system and are able to bring some of their grievances through this program and obtain some resolution. So this is just essentially a timeline of the 20-year span that we have been working in the area of conflict prevention, and where we have made a effort to include the civil society organizations in much of these missions and work. And as you can see, we've done a great deal of work in conflict prevention and mediation, and we could have not done any of this work without the participation of civil society. This is once again a lot of the conflict prevention work that we've done in the different countries that we've worked in, and we continue to work in crisis prevention as well. But this is a combination of long-term, short-term conflict prevention interventions and support programs that we have learned a great deal of on the importance and the value of bringing civil society voices into our work. And then what I wanted to end with is that we of late in the current department that I'm in have been working through the SDGs, and in particular SDG 16. And once again, we have an opportunity here to talk about the more explicit impact of SDG 16 on minorities, and look for ways of how some of the work that we're doing through the OAS can support and align with the national plans that the different countries have with regards to SDG 16. And of course, we're all familiar with SDG 16. And I believe that one avenue that we need to work further on and is through the SDGs with regards to minority protection rights. So I will finish with my recommendations, and this is once again from the focus of a multilateral organization, but I see that it has some similarities and resonance with a lot of my colleagues that spoke before me. I have been advocating for this for quite some time at the OAS. I don't think I need to advocate it to people like Carlos Sarti and others, that we have learned this a long time ago. But we need to link our political actions and preventive diplomacy with long-term capacity building at all levels and within civil society and at the community level for effective dialogue. And when we call effective dialogue, I'm not referring to just the national dialogue processes that we had in a different time period. I'm talking about effective dialogue that leads to effective policies that make changes, that can actually translate into changes. And Carlos and I worked many years on how we could really transform what our region called procesos de diálogo into a more effective ways of making of exerting change through the multilateral lens and through national policies. And I think it's still a challenge, and I think it's still an obstacle. The second recommendation that I'd like to make is that we need to assist our member states and our governments in developing their own early warning system, so that they can have an effective active engagement with those groups that are being impacted by the policies that they're making. So the OAS was very much involved in early warning systems when it was the flavor of the day, when it was the term of the day. And I was one of the people who did not believe in an early warning system. I do believe in early warning systems when they work in context, in relationship to what the country needs or what the society needs. I don't think that early warning systems from an international organization can be as effective as helping the governments develop their own systems, contextualized to their reality, to their political, economic, and social realities. And finally, my recommendation about assisting member states in understanding which public policies exacerbate, profundizar el conflicto, and what kind of policies actually can reduce or mitigate the escalation of conflict. And this is a term that many people in the UN have now been considering and discussing. And to be honest with you, we were talking about this in the early 2000s and mid 2000s, which was what we called conflict sensitive policymaking. In other words, the importance of a government understanding the impact of a particular policy or a particular decision could actually be an important conflict prevention tool. In other words, if a government understands that changes in a particular law are going to generate a chain of reactions from groups that are going to be impacted negatively on this law, then this is an opportunity for conflict prevention, conflict mitigation, and an opportunity for dialogue before the situation escalates. And we see that this has happened all over Latin America and many countries. This has been the source of many of the socio-political conflicts that we have seen. The more low intensity, but the conflicts that actually create a lot of instability for governing, a lot of instability in access to justice and access to rights. So these are my three. These are large recommendations, but recommendations that I think that we need to continue to work on in order to overcome some of the obstacles that we see with regards to minority rights protection and conflict prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yadira. Thank you for your longtime advocacy. Really appreciate it. Thank you for sharing the lessons learned at OAS. I think it's a perfect segue to invite participation from others who would like to offer interventions and recommendations. And just lifting up what you said, that OAS recognized that cooperation with civil society organizations is really key. So thank you for lifting that up. Now, I do see a hand raised, and I believe that the Institute is going to bring people off mute. Thank you. You have the floor, Simara.
Agradeço a oportunidade. Sou Simara Cavalcante, da Associação Internacional Mainês Saracali, a MSK Brasil, que, em conjunto com o Observatório de Mulheres Ritanas da Argentina, apresentamos as nossas propostas neste fórum. Lembrando, salientando que as nossas organizações são atuantes na defesa e garantia dos direitos humanos do povo romani. E somos fundadoras, somos mulheres romani, fundadoras dessas organizações. Esse é um ponto muito importante a se destacar. E apresentamos aqui as nossas recomendações. Promover a escuta dos sujeitos de direitos para a identificação de nossas necessidades e realidade de vida no enfrentamento à violação dos direitos humanos dos países. Incluir no censo demográfico do país a categoria étnica povo romani. Precisamos saber quantos somos, onde estamos e de que maneira vivemos. Analisar e publicar informações quantitativas e qualitativas relevantes, comparáveis e atualizadas sobre a realidade e as condições sociais e econômicas da população romani. Desenvolver programas e projetos de cooperação técnica entre os Estados partes que beneficiem diretamente o povo romani, abordando as situações sociais e econômicas financiados por orçamentos ordinários dentro dos limites impostos por restrições orçamentárias e por recursos de fontes multibilaterais, entre outras. Formular e executar conjuntamente com entidades juridicamente constituídas da sociedade civil pertencente ao povo romani, planos de geração de emprego e renda, inclusive formação profissional, promoção da autonomia econômica das mulheres, igualdade de gênero e o empoderamento de todas as mulheres e meninas romani. Também a salvaguarda e promoção do patrimônio cultural imaterial e material. Produzir dados qualitativos sobre a realidade e as condições de vida de crianças e adolescentes, mulheres e homens em todas as suas fases geracionais. Promover política de formação aos agentes públicos sobre a história do povo romani, sobre a sua contribuição no processo organizativo do Estado-nação de cada país. Finalizo dizendo uma frase de minha avó Kalinka, que a herança de um povo nunca seja a miséria, a fome, o preconceito, o racismo e a discriminação. Agradeço a atenção de todas e todos.
We thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any other hands? Seeing none, I would like to invite the experts, if you would like to share or opine from anything that you heard from the other experts sharing. You have additional recommendations, thoughts to share? Well, oh, and I see Dafina. So experts, I'm just going to ask you to be on alert. When we don't have hands, I will come to you. Right now, we're inviting Defina. Two minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Well, dear colleagues, and I say colleagues because I believe regardless of our position, we're all here because of our active engagement in protecting the human rights of all, regardless of our belonging. And I'm here also to express my frustration. Mr. de Varenne said earlier that without equity, there is no peace, and without peace, there is no justice. Or I guess rather, without justice, there is no peace. And I have to say that today there is no peace for minorities across the Americas, simply because, as we have seen in the United States, there is no peace for the many Black people who on a daily basis continue to be killed simply for being who they are. In Canada and in Quebec, we see that there is no peace for people who are wearing religious symbols, because we recently passed a law where these people, simply for being who they are, cannot go to work today. And so for Roma across the Americas today still have to fight for a space in such forums where we continue to be excluded, where it was only last year, after 10 years of advocacy from our organization, that the Canadian government officially recognized the genocide of Roma that happened during the Second World War. And so there is no peace. And while I recognize the work of Ms. Pania, I find it is very frustrating that it is only in 2021 that civil society were invited as equal members in terms of this fight. So my concrete recommendation is, one, that the OHCR continues, or rather actually thinks about how can these forums be more inclusive, because as much as I recognize the expertise of all those here, where are the minorities present as experts in such forums? I think this is essential. I think compensation, we need to talk about compensation, because I'm currently taking time off of work to be here. And our civil society organization that Ms. Pania mentioned, are they compensated? If they're not, I strongly recommend that they should be compensated for their knowledge and the work and the support they provide to such organizations who have the power to prevent conflict. Thirdly, I think that the UN as an organization has also the power to ensure that there is more presence of minorities within their offices, within such forums, and that they are properly recognized and compensated. More concretely, in terms of the Canadian government on those questions, there was recently a policy on online hate speech that was suggested. We can strongly implement such a policy to prevent hate, because as we know, genocide does not begin with actions, it begins with words, but prevention certainly can begin with actions. And there are many concrete actions and recommendations that I have made, I think, various times, as probably all of these forums, and yet we are still here today having this conversation. And I just think that there are concrete recommendations that have been made for years that we could easily implement. I think the first one being thinking about the space of minorities and fight about human rights of minorities would be a very concrete way to do that. So I have to run off to work. I'm hoping to hear a response, but thank you so much for the time.
Defina, let me thank you. And it is the first time that I'm hearing your recommendations, and I want you to know that I deeply appreciate them. I deeply appreciate that you would offer recommendations again and again and again. And sadly, sometimes that's what it takes. But I appreciate you, and I want you to know that your recommendations were heard, and they will be a part of the report. So thank you so much for taking time off work to join us today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next, I'm not sure the order, but I'm going to go with Garuda, please. 2 minutes.
Buenos días a todos, ¿me escuchan? Buenos días, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Fernando Rueda Germán, soy de México, del estado de Hidalgo, al norte de la Ciudad de México. represento a los recolectores de residuos sólidos. Mi principal recomendación y mi principal obstáculo en mi experiencia es que a más de 25 años de las reformas constitucionales y de la introducción de la figura del ombudsman, o bueno, del ombudsperson en Latinoamérica, el marco constitucional, están los presupuestos, que son muy abundantes. En México tenemos 33 órganos del Estado mexicano que tienen como obligación la defensa. Aquí se llaman las comisiones nacionales, bueno, la Comisión Nacional de Derechos Humanos y las comisiones estatales. Desgraciadamente, a 25 años, pues estas comisiones, salvo honrosas excepciones, pues básicamente ya son cooptadas por el poder, y básicamente no existe realmente la figura del ombudsperson, ¿no? Básicamente son funcionarios públicos que desgraciadamente están a modo, y que para nosotros los defensores de derechos humanos, lejos de ser una ayuda, son un obstáculo, porque nos impiden agotar la cadena impugnativa para poder llegar a pues obtener la justicia y conocer la verdad, ¿no? Entonces, que nos ayuden con esa parte, a que vuelva a ser, bueno, a que se instale realmente la figura del ombudsperson y se aleje esa figura del presidente de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos, ¿no? Esa es mi principal recomendación. Y no esperemos a ponerles atención cuando ya aparezcan los grupos paramilitares, ¿no? Bueno, perdón, en México no hay grupos paramilitares, se llaman grupos de autodefensa. Bueno, muchas gracias.
And thank you, Ferrero, for sharing your recommendations with us. Moving to Elisa Costa. You have 2 minutes, please.
Obrigada. Obrigada pelo espaço. Eu quero primeiro agradecer, e eu estou muito feliz, doutor Fernando, de ouvir o povo Rom na voz do senhor na abertura desse evento. Quero também falar que eu estou super feliz de poder ter visto Eugênia Carbone aqui presente. Quero dizer que o genocídio da Roma enquanto povo foi esquecido e é esquecido. Uma das recomendações é que tenhamos a escrita descolonialista para que possamos contar a nossa história por nós mesmos. O Brasil recebeu uma leva, a América Latina recebeu uma leva, grande parte de Roma pós Segunda Grande Guerra Mundial, né? Pós a Primeira e pós a Segunda. Nós somos os descendentes dessa leva. E tudo isso precisa ser contado. Por quê? Porque quando não se revive esta memória, não se conta essa história, não se produz a justiça tão necessária. Preciso também pedir a vocês que coloquem como recomendação fortemente, e aí junto com a doutora Mirna, essa escuta qualificada, a escuta da Convenção 169, que reconhece povos e comunidades tradicionais, como são tratados no Brasil, faça essa escuta acontecer aonde ela é produzida. É diferente escutar um povo no ar-condicionado e a diferença de escutá-lo no local aonde ele está. Quero também recomendar fortemente que os termos antirritanismo ou anticiganismo e romafobia sejam compreendidos, né, pelos fóruns de defesa e de minorias, porque eles ocorrem e eles só são ditos por nós. Não há este reconhecimento, e são termos muito fortes. E, por último, eu gostaria de dizer a vocês que nós não podemos mais perder nenhuma geração da Roma. Não podemos mais. Então, educação por favor, que a escrita descolonialista e que esta educação que se reconheça que nós somos, sim, um povo que passou pelo Holocausto. O chamamos de Porrainos e de Samudaripém. Passamos e fomos o segundo povo, sem contagem correta, porque continuam sem nos contar, o que não deixa de ser um genocídio silencioso. É outra recomendação que eu faço com todo carinho e peço a vocês que prestem atenção nos genocídios modernos, nas formas de genocídio modernos e silenciosos. Eles nos matam, matam o nosso futuro, os nossos filhos e as nossas gerações. Muito, muito obrigada. Eu quero agradecer a Dafina, um prazer enorme vê-la, e agradecer a todos vocês pela escuta. Nice to meet you, nice to see.
Thank you, Ms. Costa. We appreciate your receiving your recommendations. Now to Damien Cristo. 2 minutes. Please focus on recommendations. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes, buenos días para todos. Soy Damián Cristo, Argentina, gitano romaní. Aprovecho para seguir un poco el tema de Elisa, que es una compañera de lucha en todo este tema de la discriminación y romofobia. Nosotros como gitanos somos olvidados principalmente por los gobiernos latinoamericanos y puntualmente por el nuestro, Argentina. Estamos pujando para que se nos reconozca el holocausto y nuestro genocidio en este 2021. No oímos voces de parte del gobierno porque no es tan interesante como el genocidio de parte del pueblo judío. Yo creo que nuestras muertes valen igual que cualquier comunidad del mundo. Aprovechando esto, nos gustaría que el gobierno argentino cree un memorial para nuestro pueblo y creo que es la única forma de no repetir la historia. Nuestros hijos saben poco y nada de nuestra historia gracias a que no nos incluyen en los libros, no nos incluyen en la educación y somos segregados sistemáticamente de la sociedad. Dicho esto, voy a pasar a contarles algo que estuvimos escribiendo por nuestra asociación CONSOR, por la Asociación por los Derechos del Pueblo Gitano Romaní en Argentina. El principal obstáculo que enfrenta el pueblo romaní es la invisibilidad, que el Estado argentino siempre nos dio. La invisibilidad es un arma eficiente para la eliminación del pueblo. Falta de datos sobre romaníes. Esto es lo que falta profundizar acá, no tenemos datos. Las pocas encuestas sobre la discriminación que citan a los gitanos, nosotros aparecemos como los más discriminados, ¿sí? Y aún así no nos da la importancia que nos tienen que dar de parte del INADI, de parte de Derechos Humanos y del gobierno argentino. Cuando no tenemos datos, información, que impera el estereotipo y que los medios hablan de nosotros, alimentan al discurso de odio, generalmente, y no hay pena sobre ellos. Así que es como moneda corriente en Argentina que esto suceda. Recomendamos al gobierno argentino que incluya a los romaníes en el próximo censo que será realizado en el país, que se suspendió por la pandemia. Así que esto sería lo más importante porque necesitamos datos duros para poder elaborar políticas públicas de calidad. Sin datos no sabemos dónde nos paramos ni hacia dónde vamos, ¿sí? Que nos incluyan el nuevo Plan Nacional contra la Discriminación que está siendo elaborado en este gobierno por el INADI, con previa consulta de las asociaciones civiles romaníes de Argentina, incluyendo a SOR. Hasta ahora, nosotros no fuimos contactados. Además, es necesario que los medios de comunicación se comprometan con este nuevo plan y que el Estado tome medidas efectivas en la práctica contra la discriminación hacia los romaníes, que incluya a los romaníes el gobierno argentino en el convenio 169 de la OIT sobre los pueblos y comunidades tradicionales, que el Estado elabore un plan de políticas públicas para pueblos romaníes con consulta a la sociedad civil, que cumpla con la declaración de Durban de 2001, firmada por el mismo y con los reports de 2015 y 2017 elaborados por los relatores especiales, sobre cuestiones de minorías, luego el Fórum Roma de América realizado en estos mismos años, en los cuales estuvimos participando. La realidad es que muchas cosas no se cumplen y las políticas públicas no llegan nunca para los gitanos. en todo este entramado nosotros quedamos afuera. Como decía la prima Elisa, es un genocidio silencioso. Quedamos afuera de la vacunación contra el COVID-19, quedamos afuera de los testeos por no tener documentación, nos echan de los hospitales por creer que somos vectores de la enfermedad, como también nos hicieron cargo a lo largo de la historia de las diferentes pestes y enfermedades. Así que mediante esta reunión de ONU, en este fórum, que agradecemos la participación, necesitamos que se inste al gobierno que tome cartas en el asunto urgentemente, porque los muertos son muchos por semana. Personalmente en mi familia este mes fallecieron 4 personas de mi núcleo familiar más íntimo, y a lo largo y ancho del país esto está sucediendo. Así que es nuestra última instancia de pedir ayuda desesperadamente y tristemente en este fórum. Nos gustaría hablar de otros temas, pero la urgencia es esta, que nos incorporen en el plan de salud urgentemente y que nos consulten. Nosotros ad honorem estaremos participando de cualquier consulta pública que nos hagan. Personalmente soy estudiante de políticas públicas, este año me recibo, así que no tengo problema en elaborar un plan para el gobierno argentino ni ayudar en el tema. Así que sin más les agradezco mucho y saludo a todos los primos del mundo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Cristo. I'm so sorry about the loss of your family members. I want to thank everyone for participating, and I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to move to the experts. If you have some final sharing that you would like to offer, we have 7 minutes left. Anyone? I see Adira needs to be unmuted, please.
Yes, thank you, Alessia. Now, I wanted to address the first participant's observations regarding her frustrations. I wanted to also reiterate that I understand that it's been a long process. In particular, in the case of the OAS, that's regional multilateral organization like the UN, things move very slowly. However, I do believe that the achievements that we've had with including civil society voices, the structures that we have for civil society to actively participate in many of the political fora and the meetings that the OAS conducts is been very good, and I think it's progressed quite well. We have a civil society section in the OAS where organized civil society institutions can register and be considered for invitations to many of the different meetings and events that we have, and in particular the political ones. We also have this new Department for Social Inclusion that I also think is an important milestone to the Inter-American system. And we continue to work for greater participation and greater inclusion of civil society organizations. So while I understand her frustration, I think there's been progress made in the Americas, as Eugenia mentioned, and as many of my colleagues here from civil society. They represent civil society, Pro Paz Foundation. Eugenia represents the civil society. I've worked with the global program for the prevention of armed conflict, which is a very large network of civil society organizations. I've worked with CRIES from Argentina. It's part of GPAC. I've worked with Community of Democracies, IDEA International. All of these institutions have worked with the OAS. We brought them into the OAS because they prioritize the importance of civil society and minorities in that. And I do agree with you that we need to have more people from the minority area sitting here as experts. I am a minority in this country. I am a double minority. I am a Latina, I am a woman. So I know exactly what you mean. And I am very proud to be sitting here, but I agree that we need more minority voices.
Thank you, Yadira. Are there any other thoughts? We have 4 minutes remaining.
Can I?
I don't see.
It's Eugenia.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Eugenia. Go ahead. I couldn't see.
Sorry. No, una reflexión y es un poco uniéndome a todos los colegas que compartieron el panel, porque me alegra haber escuchado también una sinergia en términos de identificar los lugares más sensibles o las potencialidades que tenemos como región, y ahí está identificado la necesidad de trabajar en conjunto, sociedad civil, esto de estrechar redes. Espontáneamente salió como recomendación de todos nosotros, lo cual es muy importante para nuestro trabajo, y también reconocer que de los propios participantes que nos están acompañando, eso está incluido como una recomendación o un paso necesario que tenemos que hacer. Yo me quedo con la parte positiva, y es conocer y reconocer que América Latina tiene un potencial muy interesante para esto. Y es agarrarnos de esa cuestión positiva y seguir profundizando y trabajando más en concreto para fortalecer estas redes internas, locales, regionales, internacionales, que en definitiva van a terminar impactando positivamente en el trabajo de prevención que hoy nos convoca. Y por último, también reconocer el valor del lenguaje y la comunicación, como comentaban recién los compañeros, llamar las cosas por su nombre, es también parte de un trabajo, del trabajo de prevención, y haber escuchado las realidades que los compañeros participantes también nos fueron comentando en varias de las participaciones. El lenguaje y poder hacerse escuchar y reconocer y quedar reflejados en políticas públicas y planes también es parte de un trabajo en prevención. Así que les agradezco esas menciones. Y les agradezco a todos por la atención a lo que fuimos volcando. Gracias.
Thank you. I want to also add my thanks for everyone's participation. I really appreciate it. It's been an honor and a privilege. I'd like to invite the Special Rapporteur to have the last word.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. There's a bit of an echo here. I want to express also my gratitude and my deep appreciation for, I think, the depth of the insights that you've provided. And in fact, you've made it very concrete in a number of ways. I'm also extremely grateful for the recommendations that you have been issuing, because they seem to be very, very closely connected to the theme that we are tackling. And many of the challenges, as someone also said, I mean, these issues are extremely complex issues involving a whole range of areas. We are going to be focusing on a particular aspect, if you will, but we need to also understand much better the regional context and challenges. And these kinds of regional forums are there for that purpose. And I think we're succeeding, although I did notice the expression of frustration. And I agree and I understand the basis for many of these frustrations. Hopefully we can contribute to provide perhaps some movement where movement is needed. So once again, thank you all of you for your very valuable and valuable contributions. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, in reality, at one point in the future, eventually. And back to you, I guess, Alicia, to conclude this panel and take a break.
Thank you. We are concluded. We'll have a short break and enjoy the rest of the conference. Please take good care.
Hi, Sean, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can, Meredith. Thank you very much. Your pitch is perfect, and so is the sound.
I have to warn you that the part of the panel will run through my children's online recess break. And so if it sounds like a stampeding herd of elephants behind me at some point, I blame my 7 and 9-year-olds, but hopefully it won't be disruptive.
Thank you for that. I think many of us have experienced something similar.
Yeah, I think everybody's in the same boat. Exactly. Great, so we'll start on the hour.
Yes, I'll just check that all the speakers are here and that their videos and microphones are also working, so I'll just run through them now.
Okay, great, I'll turn off, thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you get my voice okay? Am I on the right channel?
As far as I can see you are.
Yes, thank you, Alan. I can see you and hear you.
And for the channel, I'm on the English channel. I will be speaking in English and listening in English. Is this fine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And I can also hear and see you, Hurst Hannum, so thank you very much for joining.
I look very bright, don't I? I might turn a light off.
And our final speaker, Althea.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great.
Yes, we can. Thank you. So everyone.
I wish I had some small children running around, but if there's any problem on this end, I'm afraid it's going to be due to me.
There's always cats or pets. If you have a cat to walk across the screen, that's always endlessly entertaining for people as well.
And is there any special instructions for presentation slides? I do have some. I can go either way with them, but I'd be happy to use them if.
Yes, you can use them, Althea.
Okay, and just share my screen.
Yes, exactly.
Same usual stuff. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Great, thank you.
Now, this has happened to me before when I've had the interpretation just on English, but when Althea began to speak, I didn't hear anything and I had to switch from English to off. But your recommendation is that I just leave it on English, is that correct?
If you can currently hear all of us, then I would leave it on because I'm also on the English channel.
Okay.
Sometimes there can be other issues at play, but I think everyone can hear each other. So I think we leave the setup as it is. But please just let me know, Hurst, if there is any issues.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Just to remind you all, the session is recorded and is live streamed. So just so you are all aware.
So you have your phone. I'm sorry, go ahead, Meredith.
Sorry, you might have seen my question just about anything that comes up in the chat in Spanish. Obviously, it wouldn't be something that I'd be able to be reading directly. So we're really responding to things that are happening verbally because those will be in translation. And if maybe there's anything in the chat that any of you feel needs to be responded to that's not sort of easily accessible for those of us who aren't Spanish speakers, you can alert me.
Yes, of course, Meredith. We don't expect you to be checking the details in the chat. If anything comes up, we'll be able to notify you of that.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Meredith, pleasure meeting you. Bonjour, Alain, ça va?
Très bien.
Oh, Hurst, nice to see you again.
Good to see you too. It's been a long time.
Been a long time. You don't look any older.
That means I looked very old a number of years ago then.
No. And Althea, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. Thank you.
Pleasure. There you go. It's very exciting.
Well, I'm going to try to respond to your request this morning to stay very close to the subject matter, which means, of course, I'll be critical, but you expected that.
Well, I always expected that, Hurst.
Of course.
Of course, indeed. Thank you. But thank you for being here. It's an important contribution that we're expecting, in fact. Meredith, pleasure meeting you. I don't think we've met before, have we?
We haven't, no.
Thank you for being here, for accepting to moderate.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. I was thinking I've been on several panels recently that I'm sure I wouldn't have been able to do all of them together had we been jetting around the world. So there are some benefits to the online space.
Mm-hmm. And since I know that hers is fluent in French, we could actually switch to French because we have French interpretation here.
Français?
Il y a une fois, je le parlais vraiment couramment, mais maintenant...
Il faut pratiquer seulement un peu.
Oui. C'est important de pratiquer.
C'est difficile sans s'en faire bien.
Très bien. Once again, thank you everyone for being there, for being here. Alain, aussi, c'est un plaisir que vous soyez parmi nous. Bienvenue.
Merci beaucoup. L'enjeu des minorités, c'est ça, the issue of minority this morning. Are we to represent all minorities? Because the criticism that was formulated, well, obviously I'm a male, I'm a Quebecer. From that perspective, as a Quebecer, I'm part of the majority within Quebec, but within Canada, I'm part of the minority. So how do we deal with these issues, of being representative of groups?
You're not here as a representative of any group. You're here because of your insights and expertise that you will be sharing with us. I think that's the best way to respond to that.
I feel better.
Good. Good. I'm here to serve.
Good.
I don't know, we have been in contact before, I think by email for some time ago.
Yes.
You know that I am from Canada also.
Yeah. From New Brunswick or? Yes.
Oui.
Yeah. Are you an Acadian?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So we have the breadth of Canada represented because I'm a West Coast girl. So coast to coast.
Well, to add another layer, I'm actually a French Canadian, a Canadian and an Australian. I have Australian citizenship also. So in fact, I can say that all of my life I've been a member of a ethnic, religious, and linguistic minority in every country that I've lived. In every country.
I'm going to run to get myself a refill on my coffee before we start.
Why?
In a moment.
Yes, we still have some time. I think this is our first panel where everyone's been here nice and early and everything is technically well, but we have a few more minutes until the time, so you can bear with us.
Sean, just to confirm, because I know participants will have heard it many times, but I am still going through the ground rules at the opening, correct?
Yes, I think that's useful. Please, Meredith.
Just a refresher for people who've been on the calls yesterday and today, but always a good reminder.
Thank you.
I'll use my teacher voice. Okay, I'm going to very quickly caffeinate as well, and I will be right back. I won't be
C'est ça, on avait failli se rencontrer, je pense que c'était une activité avec les collègues tibétains. À un moment donné, il y avait un colloque organisé par les Tibétains en exil, je crois. Et on devait être sur un programme avec Tashi Rabgé ou un nom comme ça, mais il y a quelques années déjà. Est-ce que ça vous...
Oui, c'est possible, c'est possible. J'ai participé, franchement, j'ai participé à tellement d'activités au cours des années que, bon, j'ai perdu le fil un peu. Hein. On oublie un peu. Est-ce que vous avez été impliqué il y a un centre sur les droits des minorités à Bolzano, Bozen, en Italie?
Oui, je travaille étroitement avec eux. Et chaque 2 étés, j'organise une école d'été, un institut d'été sur démocratie et diversité. Et j'amène des collègues comme John McGarry, Will Kimnicka, donc des Canadiens qui viennent travailler sur l'enjeu du pluralisme communautaire, identitaire. À chaque 2 ans avec Francesco Palermo. Je travaille très étroitement avec eux.
Alors, c'est ça, parce que moi également, d'ailleurs, mon association avec eux, ça remonte presque aux origines, il y a une vingtaine d'années, que j'ai fait un séjour là-bas, à Bolzano, Bozen. Et donc, j'ai maintenu, si vous voulez, mon association avec eux. On s'est peut-être même déjà rencontrés là-bas, donc à un moment donné.
Ça se peut qu'on se soit croisés là, effectivement.
Oui. C'est pas possible.
Alors, peut-être qu'à la prochaine école d'été, on aura la possibilité de travailler ensemble. Mais là, j'ai reporté jusqu'en 2023 pour être certain que la COVID, en espérant là, pour le mieux, que ça soit derrière nous.
Oui, ça c'est vrai. Je dois participer cet été, en virtuel évidemment, à l'école d'été.
Okay.
Souvent, je passe une partie d'année à Vienne, en Autriche. Donc, je suis dans les parages, si vous voulez.
Okay.
Mais on verra, comme vous le dites, même avec la pandémie en ce moment, on ne sait pas exactement comment ça va évoluer, comment ça va durer et jusqu'à quel point on va pouvoir se déplacer outre-mer.
Et présentement, vous êtes au Canada ou vous êtes à l'étranger?
Non, oui, en ce moment, je suis en fait en Acadie, je suis au Nouveau-Brunswick.
OK.
En ce moment, j'ai l'intention de retourner à Vienne cet automne, si les conditions le permettent.
Okay. Wow, donc, c'est l'idée d'aller chercher un bon café frais, là.
Oui, c'est une très bonne idée. Je n'ai pas accès au café frais, malheureusement.
Ah, mais...
We shall revert to the language of Shakespeare.
I hope not. No one will understand.
I don't think I can, no. There we go.
Quand même, il y a 85 personnes qui suivent le séminaire ce matin. Même hier, on est monté à une centaine.
Oui, hier, je crois qu'on est allé jusqu'à 118.
Wow.
But, sorry, I'll revert to English. Yeah, I think yesterday we were up to 118, but the numbers don't necessarily reflect the real number of people. Some are coming in, some are going out. A number are following us on the live streaming service. So the actual numbers are actually much higher than what we're seeing when you're looking at the number of participants in this Zoom call as such. In fact, just before we start, this regional forum is the first one for my mandate. So we had a few challenges, of course, but it has turned out quite well in a sense because the participation levels for a regional forum is actually quite high. So we're quite pleased with that.
And this gives you some lessons for the other regional consultations, I'm sure.
Yes, there are always lessons learned in all of these regional activities, by the way.
Will you be having those fairly soon, or is it one region and then you take some time to reflect over the next?
The next one is in June for Africa and the Middle East.
Oh, great.
Then Malaysia, Asia Pacific, it should be in September, and then the European Regional Forum will be in October.
Okay, thank you for the update, Fernand, as well. That was very helpful for everyone. And we are right on time, so everyone is ready. Meredith, please begin the session. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thanks, Sean, Ferdinand, and to our panelists and all of our participants. Welcome to the fourth session of the regional forum. I hope you've all been enjoying the discussions thus far. Just a reminder that the topic that's facing us for this particular portion of the discussion is ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflict. I'm Meredith Preston-McGee. I'm the Secretary General for the Global Center for Pluralism in Ottawa, and I'm really pleased to be moderating such an impressive panel today. I really hope this gives us an opportunity to dive into very concrete recommendations for actions to take such an important agenda forward. I wanted to just start with a few ground rules for those of you who have been on the sessions. This may sound like revision, but always really useful reminders to start us off. Participants are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions and focus along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. And I believe you have all of the documents, which I'm sure you've all committed to memory. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to the particular theme, and we do prefer that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask that you make sure your statements relate to the topics under discussion. We encourage you all to provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues, and we count on your cooperation to really focus on the concrete recommendations in your statements. To attain really fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we do expect all participants to show respect for others' views, and we invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory or inflammatory remarks, and of course to respect UN core values and principles and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in the regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is simply unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against these acts. I'm confident that we're all here in the spirit of constructive and respectful dialogue. So to begin the session, I wanted to begin personally by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you today in Ottawa on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Unceded, meaning that the Algonquin have not signed any agreement or treaty that governs our rights as non-Indigenous people to be on this land. In regional and international forums such as these, we feel it's particularly important that we use these acknowledgements as a moment to reflect on the importance of reconciliation and remind ourselves that all societies and nations with their past struggle to build equitable and inclusive societies and with making lasting peace. Like the Algonquin Nation, many are also dealing with ongoing legacies of colonialism. I will introduce each of our panelists very briefly before we turn to them to make their opening statements. And then of course, we'll open for a wider discussion among all the participants. As you have the detailed biographies of our panelists, and it would take me the better part of the session to go through all of the impressive accomplishments of all of them, I'm not going to read through any of that. You can refer to that in the guide. I will turn over in turn as per the program of work. Each of our panelists will present for about 10 minutes, and then we'll be able to open the floor for recommendations from the participants. So without further ado, Alain Gagnon, the Canada Research Chair in Quebec and Canadian Studies at the University of Quebec in Montreal, I give you the floor.
Good morning. I would like to point out that I am making my own intervention from Montreal, which is located on unceded Indigenous land where Mohawks and Anishinaabe have cohabitated in the past centuries for very, very, very much intense moment. Many thanks to the organizers and especially to Fernand de Varenne for this amazing and most informative event. I've been in fact thrilled since I've been attending these sessions. Now, considering the main theme of our panel, protection of minorities and prevention of conflict, I will cast or try to cast some lights on key normative dimensions. First, I wish to urge political actors to think outside of the box and take advantage of analytical tools offered by specialists of conflict management. So in a sense, I'm concerned that some of the guidelines that have been produced in the past, the GRAS recommendation, Ljubljana recommendation, the guidelines, the Bolzan recommendation on national minorities, recommendation in the multi-ethnic societies that were published in 2006, recommendation on the broadcast media, recommendation of the Lund, and also the Oslo recommendation, or in fact, we can go back to the AG recommendation. What I want to say here is that most of these recommendations have essentially paid attention to individual rights. Although we use the word minorities, but most of them, they try to fight on behalf of minorities, but using the individual to give them the larger space. And I think we need to think outside of these boxes because we create prejudices against minority communities per se. So let me then try to highlight those dimensions I was referring to. First, I wish to urge political actors to think outside of the box, as I say, and then to do so, we will need to maintain and feed the necessary condition to hold democratic debate that can protect minorities. In third, any healing process requires political leaders to have the decency to appraise conflict of claims fairly, not to hide behind the law, since the legitimacy of the institution ought to be based both on the rule of law and constitutionalism. Neither of these principles can take precedence over the other. So we need to stand up for the rule of law, but at the same time, constitutionalism is also essential. For the political legitimacy that ought to reside behind political action cannot be taken for granted. So it is imperative then, as I mentioned, to think outside of the box and imagine scenarios that do not limit themselves to reproduce mechanically the status quo, since the current state of affairs too often impose a straitjacket on members of minority nations. Such a way to act comes with some uncertainty, but at the same time, major political issues cannot be resolved only with coercive measures. Something has to give if trust is to gain momentum and prevail. What are then the necessary conditions on which trust relation can be built or rebuilt? What are the means available to the various protagonists in position of authority and instruments that ought to be institutionalized to create proper conditions to hold democratic debates that can augment trust? Now, it's worth pointing out here that a good part of the solution might reside within civil society itself. This has been highlighted this morning by Yadira Pinilla. It is oftentimes a neglected aspect of the puzzle. Civil society is also part of the solution. Here, four main objectives need to be attained. First, changes ought to occur with peaceful means. And I insist on that. People claiming, desiring changes, they need to do it peacefully and respectfully with concerning the majority community as well. Second, the political transition ought to be preceded by a vast societal introspection, as well as a large political mobilization that seeks to leave no one outside of the political process. Third, attaining consensus between political adversary, nationalists, unionists, secessionists, and others is crucial before major political moves can be undertaken in order to avoid a divide and conquer strategy. Fourth, it is crucial to avoid a situation in which we find losers and winners. Now, the Supreme Court of Canada, and I come back to my own territory here with regard to the Quebec right to secede, is useful as it invites political actors and state managers to reappraise constitutional democracy. And to quote my colleague, philosopher James Tolley, not as a system that solves problems once and for all, with some definitive ordering of its member, but as a complex set of practices in which the irreducible conflict over recognition of diversity and the requirement of unity are conciliated over time. Now, in any genuine democratic endeavor, dissent and political resistance ought not to be considered as a drawback, but as a crucial and necessary ingredient. We need to embrace the work of my colleague Tolley, in which he opposes a logic driven by an end state approach with a logic resting on an activity-oriented approach to democracy. These logic highlight two key features, namely political stability and political freedom. These two logics do not evolve in silos. They need to be combined and reconciled. In fact, these two logics need one another to succeed. Either of these two roads, taken alone, does not possess the necessary qualities to take deeply divided polities out of the impasses. Finding an adequate balance between these two roads is the most promising option to choose if political leaders and state managers are serious about identifying ways out of political crisis. It stems to reasons that political opposition and rival political projects cannot be reduced to silence. Echoing Mirna, Angela Cuentas, and Carlos Sarti in the previous panel this morning, it is crucial that competing voices be heard and debates take place to inform the public and put to test the democratic qualities of a given society, even in situations during which discussion generate additional political tensions. Indeed, such tensions are essential to develop better ways to establish fair partnership. Successes experienced in various national contexts are generally associated with three main achievements. First, a desire on the part of political leaders to accommodate national communities rather than force their integration. This would contribute to augment political trust significantly among constitutional partners. Second, the possibility for member units of a given polity to have an authentic say in the making of public policy at the supra and national level. Third, perhaps even a more decisive element, is the role played by the judiciary, which has to act as a fair arbiter and as an honest broker, and be viewed as operating in such a manner by all political actors. Both Canada and Spain portray themselves as constitutional democracy, although their way of accommodating national diversity seems to be at opposite ends of the constitutional spectrum. At one end, and roughly stated, one finds Canada that gives an image of being a demos enabling or a politics of contentment, while at the other end, one finds Spain, whose strategy corresponds to a demos constraining philosophy or a politics of containment. When people, minorities, and large segments of political communities no longer recognize the legitimacy of a given political regime to act on their behalf, political stability can only be maintained through coercive measures. From that moment on, a regime can be maintained, but a process of social disintegration is clearly underway, and the necessary cohesion for a state to succeed starts unraveling. I consider four conditions to be crucial if any sustainable relation between constitutional partners are to be achieved. The first one, and they all correspond to my notion of constitutionalism at the outset, and I will conclude on this at the outset. I refer to the issue of the rule of law and constitutionalism. So here are the four elements of constitutionalism that I see as being quite essential. First, historical continuity. Second one is the political consent. Third is hospitality. And fourth is reciprocity. Now, if we satisfy ourselves with the rule of law, we are in trouble. If we satisfy ourselves only with constitutionalism, we are in trouble. So we have to find a combination and an arrangement that allows these two to live together. And therefore, historical continuity will allow the Aboriginal people, for instance, to remain connected with their past, their present, and their future. The same thing with political consent, not to act without the political consent of other partners if you are to transform a given political path. Same thing with hospitality. The majority ought to be hospitable, and also the minority need to be hospitable toward the other. And finally, the issue of reciprocity. I will simply conclude on that.
Alain, thank you very much for that. And you are bang on time. So well done for setting an example for the other panelists. What you described, the nature of all of these issues. Althea Middleton Detzner, the director of Peace Lab, Peace Tech, sorry, I will hand over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. And give me 1 second as I just share my screen here. And can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes, we're good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Althea Middleton-Dessner. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today. I'm going to represent, I'm actually joining today on my own personal capacity, but the work I'm representing is that work that I've done with the Peace Tech Lab, which is an organization that actually spun out of the U.S. Institute of Peace about 7 years ago. The work I'll be presenting is really a deep dive on a view on the landscape of hate speech. We've been doing work in about 13 different countries over the last 5 years to really deeply understand the nature and landscape of hate speech, and also to look at early warning systems. So we've been bringing different technology tools into the work that we are doing. A lot of it is very grassroots, participatory research that is really coming from the bottom up in these countries. So when we're looking at online hate speech and offline hate speech for that matter, we're really looking at sort of just a new spin on an old problem that we've always had to grapple with. And that kind of new spin really is about the use of online platforms, which is really changing the landscape of hate speech and the spread of hate speech online. And that's because the speed and scale at which hate speech can spread is just at unprecedented levels. That and the increase in people having access to media platforms as a place and space to spread that language. And of course, this has major implications for minority groups on the ground in terms of the risks to them. So when we're looking at hate speech, part of the methodology and the work that we've been developing is a body of research that we're calling lexicons of hate speech. And the way that we developed these lexicons really came out of an understanding that hate speech is very nuanced language. It's often very coded language, so it's actually very hard to identify and to agree upon what the body of language is and where a word may be hate speech or where it may not be hate speech. And that's because language is hyper-contextualized in these contexts. And so you really do have to go hyper-local in order to understand that landscape. The way that the lexicons really came, the way that they were really born was out of work that we were doing in the field. We were doing work with activists in Myanmar who were trying to monitor hate speech online, but had not yet identified the body of language that they were looking for. And so when we're using some of these social media monitoring technology tools to look at hate speech, it's harder to do so without first identifying what the body of language is. We were also working with youth in South Sudan. These are a group of youth that were doing programming around a radio drama with peace building messages in it. And they came to us and they said, you know, this radio drama is really excellent and the messages in it and the themes around peace building and coexistence are really helpful. But what you actually need to be looking at is the hate speech that we're seeing online in Facebook and the ways in which that hate speech is spreading perceptions of certain groups in the South Sudan context and leading to conflict and violence. This is just a snapshot of the lexicons that we've developed in some of the countries that are represented. I'm going to quickly go to this page, which really just tries to demonstrate that the lexicons themselves are developed as a tool. They're not a body of research that sits on a shelf. They were really designed both for civil society to use in their countering hate speech efforts, but also for social media companies to use in order to make decisions on their platforms and to actually set and form their policy. Some of the features of the lexicon are really just a way of showing you all that that they're designed to be used as tools insofar as we are not just, you know, it's not just a dictionary of terms. Part of what we're actually carving out in these lexicons is not only the definition of the hate speech word, so a word or phrase, in this case, 2 cubes of sugar in a basin of water, it's a hyper contextualized phrase in Cameroon. It has a definition that may be outside of its original definition or its original sort of meaning in terms of the words that make up this phrase. But we also have a section that describes why it's offensive and inflammatory. And all of this is done through a research process that is validated numerous times from civil society on the ground. So the entire process is sourced from and by and from and for civil society groups. The reason why this explanation on why a term is offensive and inflammatory is so important is because in many contexts, people are using hate speech without realizing that it is hate speech. And I know that that may seem difficult to imagine, but when language is really formed out of context and in many cases conflict, and the narratives that underpin them are not really unpacked or examined, people can colloquially use terms that are actually really harmful to certain groups. And so sometimes when we've done workshops with civil society, they focus really mostly on why a term is offensive and inflammatory, just as a form of educating folks on what is and what is not hate speech. We also have some features in here that make it really useful for using technology tools to monitor hate speech online, and I'll get more into why that can be useful. So as we've been, I've been focusing really on the development of these hate speech lexicons, and that really has been, we often say developing a lexicon is really just the first step in addressing hate speech in a given context. So identifying the language is a really important step in the work that we've been doing. We then use those lexicons to monitor hate speech online, and we do that using a variety of different social media listening tools. And the insights and the analysis that come out of that social media monitoring can be extremely useful for the kind of work that we're talking about here. So as a starting point, that social media monitoring and analysis could be used as a conflict analysis. If the insights that come out of monitoring hate speech online, we often say is a snapshot in the conflict dynamics that are happening on the ground in that moment. And so what you can see is that the issues and the conflict dynamics that are at play at a given moment are really surfacing in that social media narratives that you're looking at. The other thing that you can do is you can look at trends, and the trends can be really interesting and informative, especially as you map them across different events or incidences that are happening on the ground. And I'll give you an example of that in a minute. But just as a baseline, you might say, well, as we watch hate speech terms and phrases, we can actually map some of these words across different groups. So there might be a term in a specific country that's targeting a specific minority group, and you could actually watch that word and watch the trends and see when that term is spiking. And you could start to conceive of various interventions that might be created in response to those trends as you're monitoring them in real time. And then all of this has gotten wrapped up also in our early warning and early response work. So hate speech and monitoring hate speech online and those trends, when mapped across predictions of violence, can actually give you some really interesting insights. And again, I'll get into a couple of examples. So in South Africa during the 2019 elections, we developed a lexicon of hate speech in the lead up to the elections, and we set up our online monitors to be monitoring this hate speech lexicon over time leading up to the election. We then worked with a data scientist who has developed an algorithm to do predictions of violence on the ground at the state level. And I'll show you what that looks like. This is an example of monitoring two different hate speech terms in South Africa. And what you see with the flags there are different events or incidences that are happening in South Africa in the lead up to the election. So you have maybe a speech that's given, a campaign speech that's given by one of the candidates. And if that candidate, in this case, this candidate used one of the hate speech terms in their speech. And you can see that immediately following that speech, there's a spike in the use of that hate speech word online. So you can see the relationship here between some of the online speech trends and the offline events. And you can see the direct relationship between how the events shape trends online as well. This is a whole kind of area of work that people are really interested in getting into granularity, which is that, there's a lot of anecdotal understanding of the relationship between online hate speech and offline violence. But in some of this research, we were able to really show and demonstrate both how offline events can lead to spikes of hate speech online, and also how spikes of hate speech online can be correlated with offline events. This is what our forecasting of violent incidences on the ground looks like. So first we would produce a forecast of potential violence on the ground along with our hate speech trends. And then we would also provide the report from the week prior about what kind of incidences actually happened and mapping that against our predictions. These predictions were coming out above 85% accurate in terms of what we thought would happen and then what actually happened afterwards. This is just an example of our hate speech reports that we were doing in the lead up to the election. We were both reporting on the hate speech trends and providing some context and analysis for the events and the relationship there, as well as showing some of those predictions and recommendations around what to do with those predictions. The last piece of our work really has culminated in the development of a program that we're calling the Countering Hate Action Network. We're bringing together all of the partners from all of the lexicon countries together into an online program to really understand better some of the best practices for countering hate speech from the bottom up in a grassroots way, as well as training on some of the low cost, easy to use technology tools that civil society can be using to do their own social media monitoring and their own trends analysis. So this has been a really, we're actually in the middle of the program right now, but it's been a really insightful process, not only for us as we learn about some of the best practices for using these lexicons to actually do countering hate speech work, but also because of the strong desire and need for these civil society groups to connect with each other across contexts and to really understand how language and how hate speech is being shaped in their own context and where those similarities and differences are, and how these methods and approaches can be tailored to their own context in order to address hate speech from a grassroots perspective. I'm going to pause there and hand it back and look forward to chatting more with you all about our work. Thank you so much.
Althea, thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. I recall Peace Tech Lab's early work in South Sudan, and it's really, really nice to see how it's grown and developed. And I think a lot of really concrete tools there that I can imagine a lot of participants would be really interested to see how could be taken forward. I just wanted to remind everyone before we move on to our third speaker that if you want to get early in the queue for making recommendations and speaking, we're going to be asking that you use the raise hand function in the platform, and we will go on a first come first serve basis. So if you want to get the first word in, do raise your hand now, and we'll begin that, of course, once our panelists have concluded. Our third panelist, Victor Madrigal-Borloz, is actually delivering his remarks via recorded video. Sadly, he was unable to join us. Victor is a UN independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity. So I think, Sean, over to you to play his remarks.
Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends, I hope that you're all well and taking good care of yourselves during these very challenging times. I'm Victor Madrigal-Borloz. I'm the United Nations independent expert on protection from violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And it's a great honor for me to be with you today. I want to warmly thank my colleague Fernand de Varenne, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, for his very kind invitation, as well as to acknowledge the importance of this panel on ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflict. I understand that this event has a logic of its own, as well as being a contribution to the United Nations Forum on Conflict Prevention and the Protection of the Human Rights of Minorities, which will be held in Geneva later on this year. These are topics of great importance for my mandate, because as you can imagine, violence perpetrated against lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and gender diverse persons in the context of conflict is far too often rendered invisible. The United Nations, as we know, it's a global forum created with the promise of stimulating cooperation amongst nations to promote a more peaceful world. 75 years after such a promise, it has evolved to spearhead human rights language and address the rampant inequalities that serve as underlying factor for violent conflict. A substantive part of this endeavor is forged to foreground the causes and consequences of war in the lives of specific populations. The global peace architecture explicitly recognizes the importance of gender-based approaches. And United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 underscores both the urgent need and its willingness to mainstream a gender perspective into peacekeeping operations. Although this has traditionally been understood as a general reference to women, there is increasing attention to the manner in which complex understandings of gender interact with violence and conflict, how gender stereotype and preconception is exploited in the context of conflict. And for this reason, human rights defenders have campaigned to ensure the understanding of particular impact of conflict on lesbian, bisexual, and trans women, as well as gender diverse persons, and gay and trans men. This is important for moving past policies that default to the needs of populations, communities, and peoples without necessarily taking into account these factors. Very little focuses on lesbian, bisexual, and transgender women's experiences, for example, in conflict-relating environments, as these communities are doubly marginalized and they lack access to power, resources, and funding. On the other hand, United Nations Security Council Resolution 2106, calling for accountability for perpetrators of sexual violence, mentions gender and identifies men and boys as possible victims, as well as groups that are especially vulnerable or may be specifically targeted. In 2015, an important development for the LGBT community happened when the United States, along with Chile, convened a meeting at the UN Security Council to address, for the very first time in history, testimonies of LGBT victims of potential international crimes committed in Iraq. Later, the Council also condemned, in the strongest terms, the terrorist attack in Orlando, Florida, in 2016, targeting persons as a result of their sexual orientation, and during which 49 were killed and 43 were injured. Despite these advances, there is considerable work ahead in the path of addressing specific causes and consequences of armed conflict in populations subjected to historic forms of exclusion and discrimination, like the LGBT communities, populations, and peoples. We must walk this path together. Important work has already been done by United Nations agencies and bodies. For example, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees has identified that actual or perceived sexual orientation and or gender identity is a trigger of serious human rights abuses that lead people to flee from their places of origin or residence. This is a lived reality for many, and it's particularly pressing in contexts where armed conflict interacts with social and cultural backgrounds that foment sexual orientation or gender identity-based persecution. The Special Rapporteur on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms while Countering Terrorism has called for a more comprehensive gender mainstreaming agenda to include the specific consequences of terrorism and extremism in LGBT persons and the enjoyment of their human rights. During the century, research outcomes have shown examples of how similar or comparable scenarios play out, for example, in the Americas. The Peruvian Truth and Reconciliation Commission was the very first to incorporate a case of gender-based violence committed during the armed conflict. Ecuadorian and Paraguayan Truth Commissions have included in their reports cases of extrajudicial killings and sexual violence perpetrated against LGBT persons as a form of state repression. And in both countries, judicial proceedings for the potential commission of crimes against humanity have been established by civil society. In Colombia, patterns of abuse against LGBT populations are expected to be assessed by the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, as well as the Country Truth Commission. They will investigate the extent to which parties in the armed conflict incurred in sexual orientation or gender identity-based violence to exert territorial control during the 50-year-long armed conflict. Such patterns are potentially demonstrative of the existence of international crimes. However, a systematic recollection on domestic experiences is still non-existent, and there is little documentation on specific forms of participation of LGBT populations, communities, and peoples in transitional processes and peace-building and peacekeeping agendas. Still, studies of mostly qualitative nature have shown that both sexual orientation and gender identity and expression have been weaponized in different conflict settings to advance the armed actors' specific intentions. According to these studies, neglect, silencing, blaming, criminalization, and pathologization, interacting with community rules and mores, play a significant role in the way armed actors target LGBT populations during conflict. This body of work has also revealed the impacts that such violence have in victims, especially in terms of their own acceptance of identity and the idea that violence is a sort of destiny rather than an exception. Or what is the same, that there is a continuum of violence that blurs the line between domestic, communitarian, state and armed violence, even when war is happening in the background. Despite this and other elements of valuable initial evidence, there is much more research and analysis efforts that must be undertaken to better assess the broader logics and dynamics of involvement between armed actors and sexual orientation and gender identity diversity. I hope that some of the topics that can be further investigated through my mandate and also in the discussion held in this forum could center around the types of violence perpetrated against LGBT civilians during conflict, the state responses and human rights obligation in the face of potential international crimes, and the specific participation of LGBT communities, populations, and peoples in peace-building and peacekeeping processes. It's in the context of these questions that I wish everyone attending this forum a very productive, useful of your time, and fruitful discussions. I will certainly be looking forward to learning what you elaborate on, discuss, and conclude on today. My mandate and I remain fully supportive of this work, in relation to which I expect to carry out some research in the future as well. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful forum.
Wonderful. Thank you to Victor for sharing those thoughts. And I note one of the comments in the chat, which sort of mirrored my own thoughts, is the importance of intersectionality and understanding the intersectional nature of identity, that so often when we're talking about minorities, we are also potentially talking about other layers of identity, including, of course, gender identity and so forth. I will be handing over now to our final panelist, Hurst Hunnam, Professor Emeritus of International Law at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Hurst, over to you.
Thank you, Meredith. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Special Rapporteur and all my friends at the Tom Lantos Institute. And to those two groups, not only thank you for putting on these sessions, but thank you for your commitment to human rights in general and minority rights in particular for many, many years. The forum sessions thus far have included a rich collection of detailed and often very moving comments on discrimination, violence, lack of recognition, and inequality. The topics discussed have been wide-ranging, including the impact of the pandemic, indigenous rights, women, LGBT issues, age, democracy, stabilizing societies, hate speech, and even multiculturality, a very complicated word that I think is appropriate to describe what often is a very complicated issue. But as noted by the Special Rapporteur this morning, only a few of the interventions have directly addressed the relationship between minorities and the prevention of large-scale violent conflict. And so I'd therefore like to use my time to look at this relationship in a bit more depth, both as it was presented in the concept note prepared for the meeting and in our discussions thus far. I'll also attempt to respond to the specific questions that were posed at the end of the concept note about whether or not we need new normative instruments or procedures in order to better deal with this nexus between minorities and conflict. The touchstone, I think, for the Special Rapporteur's proposals is a joint 2018 study by the United Nations and the World Bank Group. And I'd like to just repeat a couple of quotes that have already been mentioned. The report states that many of today's violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arising from inequality, exclusion, and feelings of injustice. The report then goes on to say that conflicts may be provoked by one group blaming others for, quote, its perceived economic, political, or social exclusion. Now, the first problem with these two quotes is that the terms used are vague at best, and they also encompass a vast range of groups that fall well beyond the definition of minorities as utilized by the United Nations and as discussed in detail on the homepage of the Special Rapporteur. While, as someone mentioned, I think earlier, we may need, or it may be desirable to change the definition of minorities, for our purposes, as described in UN and other documents, these are not simply marginalized or powerless groups within society, but they are people who are marginalized or who are discriminated against because of only certain characteristics. Those characteristics including race, ethnicity, language, and religion. The group-based grievances referred to in the UN World Bank report, however, includes many other groups of people who might contribute to conflict. Those mired in poverty, for instance. Perhaps inhabitants of rural areas of a country who do not have access to the educational and other advantages of those who live in the cities. Dissatisfied young people who rebel against what they believe to be short-sighted and unaccountable leaders. But as John Packer mentioned yesterday, mingling together such different groups and issues will result only in an unmanageable and incoherent effort, rather than one focused on truly understanding the connection between minorities, at least in the UN sense, and violent conflict. While minorities may be involved in many such conflicts, and involved is a term I think used both by Professor Packer and by the Special Rapporteur, I would argue that few of these large-scale violent conflicts are primarily caused by the denial of minority rights. Indeed, the situations that we've heard of most frequently in the past couple of days, Colombia and the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua, for instance, suggest the opposite, that minorities are much more often victims of these conflicts as opposed to parties to them. If one looks back at the military dictatorships that were ubiquitous in Latin America in the 1960s to the 1980s, roughly, one might draw the same lesson. Again, these violent conflicts had very little to do with the denial of minority rights. It had to do with politics and economics and many other things. This is an important distinction, I think, to make, because if we link minorities in any way to the likelihood of violent conflict resulting, that linkage may unintentionally support governments that have often claimed wrongly that unreasonable minority demands lead to conflict and therefore can be safely ignored, or indeed should be ignored. The second problem with the general approach of linking minorities and violent conflict is the frequent confusion between rights on the one hand and other extraneous matters, mentioned again in the concept notes as the perceptions or aspirations or feelings of injustice that groups may feel. The latter are, of course, important realities that need to be borne in mind. But frankly, I think they reflect more a diplomat's or a mediator's concern with how to reach compromise or consensus, as opposed to the human rights advocate's goal of ensuring legally binding rights, even without responding to aspirations and feelings. Rights and diplomacy certainly cannot and should not be separated, but they're not the same thing. The third concern is the assumption that has run through almost all the comments, and certainly the concept note as well. And that is the assumption that minorities only want or always want equality and inclusion, and that refusing to address these demands contributes to the likelihood of conflict. In fact, however, the solutions sought by many minority groups do not include inclusion or equality. Rather, their solutions are separation or distance from the majority, or perhaps even from the country in which they live. So-called ethnic conflicts, for instance, in the Caucasus, Northern Ireland, Sudan, Kurdistan, Nicaragua's Atlantic coast, Myanmar, southern Thailand, Indonesia, and many other places, were not primarily struggles for inclusion and equality. There were struggles for identity and for political power. Such political power struggles do not fall within the purview of the UN human rights regime. And we should not assume that respecting minority rights will magically result in fewer armed conflicts. Although guaranteeing minority rights obviously is desirable and may indeed diminish the desire to separate or rebel or contribute in any way to violence. But unfortunately, many, if not most, of the violent conflicts that we see around the world are motivated primarily by what people want for whatever reason. And even ensuring the rights to which they are entitled will very often not be sufficient to address these wants and therefore not be sufficient to address these conflicts. Finally, I promised to answer the question of whether any new minority rights are needed. The answer is frankly no. The Special Rapporteur has mentioned that he will be preparing guidelines on conflict prevention and minorities as part of the run-up to the annual meeting on minority issues that will be held later this year. And it's difficult for me to understand exactly what the focus of those guidelines is going to be. Creating yet another instrument having to do with minorities and something, in this case, minorities and conflict, I fear may dilute the attention that needs to be consistently given to fighting discrimination against people because of their religion or ethnicity or language. Focusing on conflict prevention will not really help us to address what effective participation by minorities in government means. While institutions such as the European Framework Convention on National Minorities and the Office of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities has certainly contributed greatly to an awareness of minority issues and occasionally to the protection of rights, it is doubtful that any new UN instrument, even if they're only guidelines, will accomplish even that much. After all, the United Nations remains still afraid to use the word rights in the title of any of its instruments having to do with minorities, be they the Special Rapporteur himself or the Declaration on Minorities adopted by the General Assembly. To conclude, my recommendation is not a substantive one, but it's rather to tread carefully into the murky waters of conflict prevention and conflict resolution, and not to risk confusing binding human rights norms with either social goals or attempts to prevent conflict. Protecting the fundamental rights of minorities may not be as sexy or as satisfying as bringing peace to the world through ending or preventing violence. However, we must not lose sight of the fact that ensuring minority rights is not simply a means to an end, even if that end is the prevention of conflict. Minority rights are an end in themselves, and there are many more millions of minority members who need to be protected from daily degrading discrimination and abuse than will ever be involved in armed conflict. Let us not forget them. Thank you.
Hurst, thank you. I think that was a particularly thought-provoking conclusion to the panel's opening remarks, and I hope that that several of our participants will take up some of the inherent tensions and contradictions that you've mentioned, as well as they consider their own recommendations here. I notice we only have one brave person who's put up their hand, so I will again encourage people to raise your hand and prepare some recommendations. But Jefferson Pereira, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I will pass over to you to make the first intervention from the floor.
Bom dia a todos, a todas. Sou Jefferson Pereira, sou quilombola aqui do Brasil. Eu fiz um pouco minhas considerações por escrito, então vou pedir licença para vocês para me fazer a leitura do que para ser o mais objetivo possível. Mais de 260 milhões de pessoas em todo o mundo são discriminadas com base no trabalho e na descendência. Essas comunidades discriminadas no trabalho e na descendência estão entre as pessoas mais marginalizadas e excluídas. As comunidades discriminadas por trabalho e descendência são mais conhecidas como quilombolas, palenqueiros, buraquimim e oru, entre muitos outros nomes, por falta deles. Comunidades discriminadas no trabalho e na descendência é um fenômeno global que carece de reconhecimento público ou de reconhecimento dentro e fora da Agenda 2030 e das metas de desenvolvimento social sustentável. A pandemia da Covid-19 cimentou hierarquias sociais e agravou a discriminação e a exclusão sistemática da Covid-19. A marginalização, discriminalização e a exclusão são agravadas quando as comunidades discriminadas por trabalho e descendência enfrentam muitas discriminações, não apenas por trabalho e descendência, mas também com base na sua identidade de gênero, deficiência, idade ou orientação sexual, para citar apenas algumas. As escolas e outros estabelecimentos comerciais, estabelecimentos de ensino, permanecem fechados, em grande parte, durante a pandemia, e centenas de horas de aulas inestimáveis para crianças e jovens foram perdidas. O acesso às tecnologias se tornou um obstáculo adicional às comunidades discriminadas por trabalho e descendência, no acesso à educação. A exemplo, as comunidades quilombolas no Brasil, para ter acesso à vacina, tiveram que provocar o Supremo Tribunal Federal do Brasil para poder acessar essa política. O acesso à água, produtos de higiene, instalações sanitárias foi severamente restringido. Essa situação se agravou muito no sul da Ásia, durante os meses de verão, quando as infecções atingiram o pico e os Dalits foram impedidos de acessar as instalações públicas de água e banheiros sanitários, por serem considerados impuros. Os governos não conseguiram garantir o acesso a essas instalações em todo o mundo para as comunidades discriminadas por trabalho e descendência. Houve vários casos sendo discriminados o acesso a instalações de quarentena, pacotes de ajuda econômica e outras medidas de segurança social. Em todo o mundo, tem havido um pico perturbador em casos de violência doméstica, estupro e outras formas de violência sexual, baseadas em gênero. As mulheres discriminadas por trabalho e descendência estão nas intersecções de casta, classe e gênero, também têm sido afetadas por isso. Tem havido um aumento acentuado nos casos de violência baseado em castas contra mulheres. Finalmente, os efeitos da pandemia e as consequentes consequências das mudanças nas circunstâncias das pessoas tiveram uma severa consequência na saúde mental dos membros das comunidades. O desemprego, a incapacidade de prover a família, o aumento dos casos de discriminação e violência resultaram em aumento dos casos de suicídio durante esse período. O grupo de partes interessadas discriminadas no trabalho e na descendência recomenda, portanto, atingir a Agenda 2030, as metas de desenvolvimento sustentável e não deixar ninguém para trás. A gente recomenda lançar uma vacina popular, priorizando os mais vulneráveis, incluindo as comunidades discriminadas por trabalho e descendência. Para um apelo para o Fundo de Proteção Social Global, responsabilidade, solidariedade global, uma resposta aos impactos socioeconômicos da Covid, detalhado no relatório do secretário-geral da mesma, com implicações para alcançar as ODS. Implementar intervenções específicas para cada país e comunidade, para prover as necessidades mais imediatas dos mais vulneráveis, tais como saúde, saúde mental, água e saneamento, educação e ajuda, para alcançar condições de trabalho decente e aliviar alguns efeitos negativos da pandemia, a posse e a propriedade de terra, que é a principal demanda das comunidades quilombolas no Brasil. Muito obrigada pelo espaço.
Great. Jefferson, thank you. I see there's several other people have raised their hands. I'm running through you in order. I have Lottie Cunningham. And again, if we would ask you if you are comfortable to do so, to turn on your video so we can see you speaking. Understand if connectivity doesn't allow that, or if you prefer not to, but if you can, that would be great. Lottie, over to you.
Thank you very much. Buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias. Quería referirme a los casos de los pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes de Nicaragua, que hemos venido viviendo situaciones de violencia y conflictos permanentes, donde los pueblos indígenas han sido desplazados forzosamente de sus territorios. Y ellos viven bajo amenazas constantes, asesinatos y desaparición. Esto, por supuesto, que ha sometido a la población indígena al miedo por su vida, por su territorio e identidad cultural. Como consecuencia del incremento de esta violencia y ante la inacción del Estado de Nicaragua, organizaciones civiles solicitamos medidas de protección al sistema interamericano de derechos humanos. 12 comunidades indígenas cuentan con medidas cautelares. Continuó el conflicto, la violencia, las amenazas. Nos recurrimos ante la Corte Interamericana y hemos solicitado medidas provisionales, de las cuales la Corte Interamericana ha otorgado 8 medidas provisionales. En la resolución de la Corte le insta al Estado de Nicaragua establecer un diálogo con los pueblos indígenas para buscar solución a las causas del conflicto, ver las causas del conflicto, buscar solución. El Estado de Nicaragua, desde 2015 hasta el día de hoy, ha venido negando crear esa comisión y sentarse con los pueblos indígenas, sus representantes legales, para que se busque una solución. En esta situación, nosotros recomendamos tanto a las Naciones Unidas como a la OEA, aunque los penalistas anteriores expusieron de un diálogo entre sociedad civil y los estados, nosotros sí sentimos que hay que establecer un mecanismo tanto a nivel regional y como a nivel universitario que facilite un diálogo entre los estados, los pueblos indígenas, afrodescendientes y sociedad civil para reducir conflictos y buscar solución conjunto, pero en el lugar del conflicto, no como se ha venido explicando que sí existen estos mecanismos, usamos los mecanismos, sin embargo los estados nos han venido cerrando los espacios a la sociedad civil y no establece estos espacios de diálogo para solucionar. Y nosotros sentimos que estamos frente a desigualdades enormes y solo un mecanismo de la OEA o de la ONU que pueda facilitar un diálogo puede reducir los conflictos y ese diálogo debe ser en el país del conflicto. Muchas gracias.
Excellent. Thank you, Lottie, for a very concrete recommendation there from Nicaragua. I have Safa Salman. I have you speaking next. Hi, Safa.
Hi, my name is Safa. I'm from Montreal, Quebec, so I'm going to talk in French. Le 16 juin 2021, le gouvernement québécois a brimé mes droits, les miens et ceux d'environ 4% de la population québécoise. Depuis ce jour, plusieurs Québécois se sont vus limiter leur liberté de religion, de conscience, de leur droit à leur dignité et aux principes d'égalité énoncés aux articles 18 et 26 du Pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques. La loi 21 interdit le port d'un signe religieux aux employés en position d'autorité et aux enseignants dans le réseau public. L'adoption de la loi 21 a permis la libération de paroles haineuses, d'actes haineux envers les minorités religieuses. Quelques mois après l'adoption, la Commission des droits de la personne a rencontré 86 personnes qui disent avoir été victimes d'actes haineux, dont 7 femmes portant le hijab. Plusieurs ont perdu leur emploi et d'autres n'ont pas eu le choix que quitter la province pour respecter leurs droits ailleurs. En juin 2019, M. Fernand de Varenne, Hachim et Shahid ont soulevé leurs préoccupations de la loi à l'Assemblée nationale. Depuis ce jour, pas de réponse du gouvernement québécois. Depuis l'adoption, plusieurs opposants avocats ont fait part de leurs préoccupations durant le procès. Le 20 avril dernier, le juge Marc-André reconnaît qu'il y a violation des droits fondamentaux. Cependant, puisque le gouvernement québécois a utilisé les clauses de dérogation, le juge conclut que la loi demeure valide. Le juge a toutefois estimé que la commission scolaire anglophone et les élus de l'Assemblée sont exemptés par la loi grâce à un article de Charte canadienne des droits et libertés venant protéger les minorités linguistiques et leur culture. Dans son jugement, le juge fait également valoir à plusieurs reprises que les conséquences négatives sur les minorités visibles et plus particulièrement les femmes musulmanes. Messieurs et mesdames, je suis ici aujourd'hui pour faire valoir mes droits à la liberté de conscience, de pensée et de religion et faire valoir à toutes les personnes de minorités au Québec qui sont encore affectées par cette loi. Voici mes recommandations au gouvernement québécois et canadien. Premièrement, je demande au gouvernement québécois et canadien de recenser les crimes haineux contre les minorités religieuses, de reconnaître la gravité des actes et d'adopter une politique gouvernementale pour les combattre. Deuxièmement, je demande d'invalider la loi 21 et de reconnaître finalement le racisme systémique au Québec. Aux membres des Nations unies, reconnaître publiquement que la loi sur la laïcité de l'État du Québec ou loi 21 est contradictoire à la Charte des droits et libertés de la personne et au pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques. Merci.
Merci, Safa. I next have Alyssa Costa, if you wouldn't mind turning on your video. Thank you, Alyssa.
Obrigada. Agradeço novamente a todos vocês. E falo aqui referente a Roma, ao povo romani do Brasil, e Argentina, porque faço essa fala conjunta com Vória Stefanovski, Observatório de Mulheres Gitanas da Argentina e a MSK Brasil. Recomendamos fortemente um alerta a vocês para que as imagens usadas em mídias por membros de governo de países que assinam recomendações, que são países, estados membros, que são signatários de acordo internacional. Esses membros de governo, como exemplo do que ocorreu no Brasil, utilizando o copo de leite, dando um exemplo a vocês como referência ao separatismo e ao Holocausto. Isso foi vastamente produzido por membros, infelizmente, do atual governo brasileiro. Também gostaríamos de fazer um alerta que nós precisamos olhar fortemente a violência obstétrica étnica e focando muito isso em mulheres e meninas. Também o uso do termo, que é importantíssimo, o termo recorte étnico-racial. Nós não podemos perder o uso desse termo, mesmo que vários países estejam fazendo um esforço para que esse termo não seja usado oficialmente, em documentos, em outras estruturas. Gostaria de também fazer uma pequena lembrança que inclusão não é aculturamento. Recomendamos também que nós desejamos que todas essas pessoas sejam escutadas e referenciadas nas suas preocupações, não é? E no acolhimento dessas denúncias, porque o aumento absurdo de feminicídio, abuso e morte de crianças, e em especial de meninas, nos últimos anos, principalmente desde a pandemia, e gostaria de fazer a lembrança de que essas meninas, crianças e mulheres, elas têm cor e elas têm etnia. Que haja um entendimento de que nós falamos por nós. Nós não queremos que outras pessoas falem por nós. nós temos condições de fala e gostaríamos de aplicá-la. Recomendamos que haja um amplo aumento das campanhas de combate ao estereótipo, e também eu finalizo dizendo que a única forma de reconhecermos a humanidade existente em cada recorte étnico, em cada rosto, por detrás dos dados tão necessários e que inexistem em relação às minorias étnicas raciais, e em cada minoria, por meio de um empenho de todos, onde o olhar e o respeito se tornem realidade. E já termino deixando com vocês uma frase em romanês que costumamos usar desde 2013, Kana odron silungo naxipiras corcoro, que quer dizer, se o caminho é longo, não se deve andar sozinho. Muitíssimo obrigada a todos.
Thank you, Alyssa. Ferreda, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You have the floor.
Retomo el tema enfocándome directamente a los conflictos armados. Creo que tenemos que ponderar el nivel que tiene cada uno de los conflictos armados. Nicaragua y Myanmar creo que tienen un punto especial, a diferencia por ejemplo, yo que estoy buscando la discriminación por estigma o estoy tratando con la discriminación por ascendencia, ¿no? Finalmente, todo nos puede llevar a un conflicto armado, pero hay diferentes niveles de desarrollo en el conflicto. Entonces, la pandemia también nos ha obligado a la emergencia de que parecería que, y bueno, de hecho así debería de ser, de que todos nuestros conflictos son prioritarios, ¿no? Pero finalmente todos estamos defendiendo los derechos humanos. Aquí nos gustaría, bueno, a nosotros desde la sociedad civil, nos dijeran cómo apoyamos, por ejemplo, a la causa de Nicaragua, a la causa de Myanmar, a las causas de los migrantes, a la causa del pueblo romaní, y los factores intrínsecos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en mi caso, los recolectores de basura sufrimos estigma, pero sabemos que el estigma o la discriminación por ascendencia no se va a resolver en 10 ni en 20 años. O sea, posiblemente yo ya no voy a ver cuando desaparezca el estigma ni la discriminación por ascendencia, porque es un proceso generacional. El día de hoy, sí tenemos nosotros de violaciones a nuestros derechos a la salud. Entonces, y es un poquito similar a lo que le pasa al pueblo romaní. Sus violaciones son históricas y no se van a resolver en un corto periodo de tiempo. Es también un proceso generacional. Otra de las recomendaciones, pues, es este foro. Me da mucho gusto encontrarme con Jefferson Pereira, de Brasil, que también trae los temas de discriminación por estigmatización y discriminación por ascendencia o casta. Entonces, que ustedes también busquen esa manera de hacernos coincidir para que juntos, imagínense, México, Brasil y los demás países de Latinoamérica, pues podamos enfocarnos en esa manera, ¿no? Y pues esa sería mi recomendación, que pues básicamente todos somos defensores de los derechos humanos, ¿no? Todos venimos aquí a dolernos de alguna violación, pero también queremos participar, ¿no? Sabemos que no solamente somos los recolectores, que no solamente es México, sino es todo el mundo, ¿no? Y también compartimos su dolor y buscamos su búsqueda por la justicia y por la verdad. Gracias.
Thank you. I think an important message also on how international solidarity can be built across all of these different contexts. I have one more person with their hand raised. So just before I hand over to Chief Judy, I would like to encourage other participants who would like to speak in this round to let us know. Failing that, I will have the panelists make a few reflections before we open the floor again further for some of the participant recommendations. Chief Judy, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Chief Judy Wilson from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. I'm a chief at the Nisqualneth Indian Band, which is one of the largest nations in the interior of British Columbia. And I'm here today to talk about the human rights and racism of Indigenous peoples in Canada. In our province of BC, a study was done about racism in the healthcare system was conducted. One of the key recommendations is that Canada implement recommendation 2 of the In Plain Sight report in collaboration and cooperation with Indigenous people in Canada, and also appropriate foundation policy and implement legislative changes to establishing strong anti-racism principles, racist principles, and hardwire cultural safety. This would include advancing an Anti-Racism Act and implementing other critical changes in existing laws, policies, and regulations, and practices that would align the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. This would also include renouncing all colonial doctrines of superiority in law and enacting this renouncement outside of those flowery preambles. I also wanted to mention the land rights of Indigenous peoples in Canada is human rights. Canada had both CERD and MRIP letters, but continued to violate the rights of land defenders of the Wet'suwet'en, Mohawk, and Secwepemc. Inherent unceded title and rights is the foundation of our Indigenous peoples. And the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is the minimum human rights standards. Our province of BC endorsed Bill 41, an act to implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And Canada, under Bill C-15, also drafted a federal act to implement the UN Declaration. So the alignment of the laws and the co-development with Indigenous people would be very critical. And those are the roots and foundations of the continued racism and the treatment of Indigenous people in Canada. Much of our province is unceded land, which means we're outside of the modern treaty process. And outside of the modern treaty process means we're outside of those modern federal legislations and policies, which haven't been updated in Canada since the 70s when they came out with the comprehensive claims and specific claims policies. So in Canada, it's still outstanding, the land rights issue, and it's caused a lot of racism and environmental racism towards our Indigenous people. So I wanted to share that today. We have worked on other submissions to the UN Declaration. The Union BC Indian Chiefs has done many submissions over the years, and we'll continue to do that work. And we also have also supported other Indigenous peoples internationally in Guatemala with the mining issues, and also a lot of our other tribal people in the United States in regards to the missing murdered women and girls and Two-Spirit issue, as well as in Canada. A lot of human rights issues still exist, even though a lot of people look at Canada that they are very progressive, or they have, better treatment towards our Indigenous people. But in reality, we're still struggling, as many of the Indigenous people around Canada is. And we look forward to continued presenting to the United Nations and continued supporting our Indigenous tribal peoples in the world and in other countries. Cooksjam, and thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Judy. I do have one more person who has raised their hand. Veruska, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. You have the floor.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Veruska Vasconcelos, secretaria del Observatorio de Mujeres Gitanas, y vengo representando a doctora Vori Stefanovski, nuestra directora, también de mano con la Asociación Internacional Malesaracali. Como minoría étnica, la población romani y las familias y personas pertenecientes a esta etnia somos constantemente relegadas al lugar de otros. Sumando a todo lo que se ha dicho en este foro de gran importancia y de gran nitidez, vengo a decir que las minorías no somos otros, no podemos seguir siendo otras cuestiones. Creo que este es un obstáculo bastante significativo a la hora de prevenir conflictos, ya que sin establecer una relación de confianza con las comunidades, no hay cómo superar la información histórica que nos trae el día a día. Las instituciones no son confiables. En nuestro día a día, en este sentido, venimos trabajando con todas estas cuestiones, con diversos actores, con la Secretaría de Derechos Humanos de Argentina, algunos órganos de universidades, asociaciones. Tenemos personas muy involucradas en nuestra lucha, políticos, profesores, pero venimos a decir que esto no es suficiente. Estamos agradecidos, sabemos que todos aquí estamos haciendo un trabajo grande, voluntarioso, en el sentido de seguir con el diálogo, pero venimos a decir que necesitamos que esto se convierta en una situación constante y estructurada, que no sean espacios de diálogos intercalados o espacios de diálogos que se suman, sino un proyecto con fase 1, 2 y 3. Y en ese sentido, algunas propuestas que vemos es la implementación de campañas y actividades de promoción contra la discriminación a la población romana y a todas las minorías, que seamos nosotros actores, mismo que no se pueda agradar a todos los sectores, que algunos de ellos sean representados. Hablamos también de la necesidad de visibilizar la buena imagen, o sea, un estereotipo positivo, una imagen realista de las poblaciones romaníes, a la misma escala que se hace con la información racista y deturpada. Además, sumamos nuestra voz a hablar de la cuestión del feminicidio, de violencia hacia los niños y el racismo institucional, que estas son cuestiones que necesitamos ahora mismo con gran urgencia solventar y trabajar. Agradezco mucho por este espacio, creo en él y creo que la población en general necesita saber mejor a qué viene, qué beneficios traen y por qué este diálogo es tan importante, viendo el reflejo de todo esto en su vida práctica y diaria. Muchísimas gracias.
Mariska, thank you very much for that. I will, if I don't have any other hands up from participants, we have about another 20 minutes left in the session. Please do raise your hand if you want to intervene, but I think at the moment I'm going to go back through our panelists and maybe ask them to reflect a bit further on what they've heard from the other panelists, from the participants, and maybe also drawing some of this back to prevention of conflict and how we imagine the connections. And I think, Hurst, you've given everyone a lot to think about in that regard as well. And some of the panelists might also want to respond and reflect on those challenges as well. I will run through again in order. So Alain, I will hand back to you.
Yes, I'm on the English channel, yes. Thank you very much. Well, it's been very touching to hear all of these comments coming from different backgrounds. We heard the expression murky waters that was used by Ernst Adam. I think we are into whitewater canoeing. Now, this is very intense. The issue is about discrimination. We enlarge the focus in such a big way. So I think we need to demarcate, are we discussing matters, how do we prevent conflict? How do we how do we enlarge the notion of citizenship? I think this is what we are after here. I mean, the issue that concerns Quebec, obviously, on the scarf on Bill 21, to me, it consists in an issue of citizenship. How do we go to make sure that people either belong, participate, get involved? And on that front, I want to take it very straightforward. On that front, the Quebec government, I think, has acted not in the way I would have liked them to act, but at the same time, they follow probably the French tradition, the Republican idea that you need to simply converge toward a nucleus. Now, was that the best way to proceed or not? There's a lot of eyebrows that have been raised, the concern and so on and so forth. But again, to me, this is a matter not about preventing physical conflict, but it's heinous crime, but it's about citizenship and how do we challenge the government in making sure that everyone has a fair chance to exercise an employment and so on and so forth. This is where the Quebec government, in fact, is making a mistake as far as I am concerned. There was the issue of how do we fact, how to accommodate, and I don't say how do we accommodate, but how to accommodate and how to empower. These are really the two questions that needs to concern us. So here I have three elements. So subsidiarity rather than centralization is a way. When we listen to the issue of the gypsy, for instance, this community is after not centralization, it's after how do we, at the lowest level possible, closer to the community, how do we act, how do we intervene, how do we have access to power? The second one is federalism rather than unilateralism. So the federal spirit, how do we come and develop a practice tradition, looking at the issue with the Aboriginal, for instance, in British Columbia. They obviously are challenging any forms of unilateralism on the part of the province of British Columbia. So they are definitely coming back to an Aboriginal tradition of federal spirit. How do we come, how do we test one another? How do we go down the river on each of our canoe without respecting, with respect to the way that everyone wants to travel on that river? And the other one is about what I will call, we need to move toward constitutional pluralism rather than monism. And in our democracies, oftentimes, we like to focus, when we have this Westphalian idea, like to focus on monism. It's easier. And the real challenge for democracy is how do we give a voice to as many communities as possible so that we try to accommodate one another, we try to empower one another, instead of trying to assume that power is a zero-sum game. Power could be a positive sum game. Perhaps we should not view power as being something that is reducible, but something that we can add on to. And last thing I want to stress is, again, with respect to all earlier recommendations coming that have been presented to us, like the Hague recommendation on educational rights of national minorities, or the Oslo recommendation regarding linguistic rights of national minorities, or the Lund recommendation on effective participation. And closer to us, most of them definitely are focusing too much on the individual. And if we are to come to a real solution meaning that can be challenged by everyone, so to speak, but we definitely need to pay more attention to group, to community, because this is these that have to be accommodated. So simply to accommodate and each one individually, it's good for the power that be, but it's not good for community that want to have a chance in life. So we could accommodate an Aboriginal in the city to say, look, you could have access perhaps to a school somewhere if the number warrants, but we definitely know that this is not realistic. And this will have to be done on community-based, and then we need to provide as much as possible support, not imposed support, but proposed support to Aboriginal so that they self-determine themselves internally, and then with a federal spirit, I think we can develop a better mindset.
Alain, thank you. As you were speaking, I'm reminded of a framing that we often use in pluralism, where we talk about the necessary interplay between the hardware in our society and the software of how we treat diversity and how we protect the rights of minorities and others, that the laws, a federal system, all of these pieces are the scaffolding, the hardware, but they can't do what they need to do if you don't have the social norms to underpin those. You can go very wrong with a federal system if you're not looking at its core from a social standpoint at this understanding and recognition of the rights of minorities and of so many other groups. And it's really important to be looking holistically at these issues. So thank you for that. Althea, I will hand over to you.
Thanks, Meredith. And actually, I was just about to say something very similar in terms of the relationship really between the frameworks and sort of the social the social norms, and that's really where I think my work has focused. And I think, you know, I heard a lot from some of the participants in their comments around the need for more direct engagement in terms of really having a voice from the context within which these challenges are being identified. And I think, you know, while I don't work very much in the policy space or with the UN system, I see a similar relationship happening in the technology space, where we are trying to engage technology companies also in listening to the voices of people on the ground and those that are affected by some of the harmful content that's appearing on those platforms. And I think a similar challenge has been set up in the technology space around how do we directly engage with civil society and with the communities that are really affected by the hate and divisive language that we're focused on. And I really just did want to sort of continue to sort of problematize in some ways that in many ways we're really not talking about shifting normative frameworks as much as we are looking at shifting social norms, and those norms are really caught up not only in attitudes and behaviors, but also in these perceptions of conflict and in these narratives. And so how do we actually work to shift these narratives from within the communities where people are affected by some of that speech? And it doesn't only have to be wrapped up in speech. That's just the lens that we're really hyper focused on in the work that we've been doing. I think one other thing I wanted to mention, so I guess, you know, I hesitate to place myself in a position of being an intermediary in that kind of engagement, but I do hope that the work that we've done and the research we've done in the participatory nature of it does actually set an example in some ways for the richness and the value that comes out of engaging with civil society on the ground. So I think if you open up one of our lexicons and look at the content within that and the deep insights and actually the recommendations that can come out of the wisdom and knowledge of people within that context, I hope that can serve as maybe a model or an example or even just a case study for what direct engagement and lifting up of that intimate knowledge from the ground could look like in terms of engaging tech companies or other entities in this case for the purpose of these recommendations. There's a lot of really valuable insights that are captured in that I think ought to be lifted up. And again, it's not to lift up our work specifically, but really as a model for engagement and for the insights that come from that space. So that would be just one comment to add here at this time. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Althea. Maybe if I can press you on one point, because I noted that several of the participants mentioned the importance of state action or state inaction within this. And I just wonder if you have any experience with your tool on how states engaged with your findings and how it was potentially a platform for dialogue at a governmental level around taking a different approach towards some of these issues.
Thanks, Meredith. Yeah, and our work actually has not focused on engagement with states directly. However, the potential that you're referring to, I think, is really there. One of the things I will say, and again, I don't mean to center our products that much in this way, but the lexicons really, we have seen in terms of the work we've done with civil society, we've seen the lexicons as being an entry point for a conversation and for that dialogue. So I think insofar as that's been the case across civil society in a context, it also would be a starting point and an entry point for that kind of conversation and dialogue with states and with governments. The other thing I will say is that you know, it becomes really complicated when we're talking about hate speech because too often state actors are actually perpetrators of hate speech in a given context. And through their speeches and because of their, you know, their relative position and power in a society and the platforms and the weight that their speech carries vis-a-vis other kind of entities, it becomes a really delicate conversation in terms of how do we actually hold states accountable for their own perpetration of hate speech and for their own contributions to actually marginalizing certain groups of people within their country or within that context. So I think that's one thing to note. And the last thing I'll say is that, you know, while we are very much aware of and monitoring and trying to understand the legal frameworks within which hate speech laws have come to bear in various contexts, I would say we don't have a stance on whether or not that is a positive step in the direction of actually protecting rights, or if it's actually having some of the reverse or inverse effect, in the sense that sometimes those legal frameworks are actually being used in ways to target groups that are actually trying to advance rights for their community. And so it's a really complex space. I'm not a legal expert. And at the same time, I think that a lot of people see those legal frameworks as a potential mechanism. And just, I want to note the tension there as well, that sometimes they can be used in adverse ways. So it's not a blanket solution in any context really to set up a hate speech law. So those are just some of the insights that we've gotten from the work that we've done. But I think that there's a lot of potential there for that engagement and dialogue, and using the lexicon as a conversation starter, for sure.
All right, Althea, thank you. Victor, of course, is not with us. He had sent the recorded remarks. So Hurst, from the panel side, I give you the last word.
Well, it's probably not fair of me to take the last word twice, but following up on what you and Althea have just said, I like this distinction between hardware and software, although I'm frightened and totally ignorant of anything actually called software. And I suppose for me, I'd call law the hardware that we have, that sets the foundation that is absolutely essential to accomplishing anything, but that is not sufficient in and of itself. Social inclusion is a good thing. Equality is a good thing. Mutual respect is a good thing. But to achieve those things within a society, we need things that go beyond the law. We need to change attitudes. I mean, it's a very complicated topic. One of the things that might help, and a number of the participants mentioned this at least indirectly, is a greater commitment on the part of governments, although resources are always a problem, to real implementation of economic, social, and cultural rights. I mean, there is discrimination in the distribution of COVID vaccines, I'm sure. I don't know if it's about occupation or minority status or gender or poverty or ruralism, living in a rural rather than an urban setting, but there is a right to health. And there's too little attention focused on that, I think, at least in the United States, but also in many other countries. The right to education would do a lot towards increasing mutual respect. So that's one way of achieving some of the goals we've been talking about here. And by the way, also preventing conflict, because I think the better off that people are, however they define that for themselves, the less likely they are to start fighting one another. And I did finally just want to come back to an issue that Alain raised a couple of times, and that is the notion of expanding from the individual to the community in terms of human rights. Unlike most Americans and many Swedes, I think I have no theoretical problem with the notion of group rights. The difficulty, though, is in the implementation. We know how to give rights to groups. We give rights to corporations. We give rights to religious institutions. It's easy to think of indigenous peoples as a group because they have a government. But what does it mean? What group do you go to deal with African Americans in the United States, to deal with the Roma or Afro-Colombians, to deal with Muslims in Quebec? Because if we move to identifying a non-existent group, an NGO, or the people who speak loudest or who have the most money, as representing a community of people, I think that's very problematic, because we all know we tend to talk about Muslims and African Americans and old white guys as though they were all the same, and they're not. And so it's very difficult for me to move in a practical sense beyond the initial focus on an individual who's been discriminated against, whose discrimination probably represents discrimination against many, many people, and a member of and many, many groups perhaps that we can identify. But if we make that too formalized and we expect to have spokespersons for all the incredible diversity of minorities and culture and abilities that exist within societies, I think we cause more problems than we solve. So I don't disagree where we can find a community, we should allow it to speak as one, but finding it is sometimes problematic. And
Thank
let me
you.
stop there and let the chair have the final word.
Indeed. And I think that was a very good note to end on, just noting the complexity and the intersectional nature of so much of all of this work. And so on that note, I will ask the special rapporteur to say a few concluding remarks before we close the session. Pranad.
Thank you very much, Meredith. I think I can say very safely that this is one of the most stimulating and extremely diverse panels that we have had. And I think I can use a French expression here to perhaps describe it in a way. And I forget what the French expression was, but en finit en beauté. Yeah. We're finishing in a wonderful way, I think, because what has been raised are perhaps novel in a number of respects. Althea, for example, has brought us to our attention how it is possible to use certain forms of mapping to perhaps develop identifying tools to identify the conditions where conflicts may appear. And therefore, there is, from a technological point of view, an area which I think is worthwhile to explore further and which has a great deal of potential. Alain actually has raised to me a new way of looking at human rights in terms of acknowledging that, yes, our focus has traditionally been on the individual. Most UN instruments focus on individual human rights, but there are also elements of, if you will, a more group-oriented nature, such as self-determination. And I think that conceptually, perhaps we have focused too much or almost exclusively on the individual. And in order to accommodate communities, we might have to reflect and look at more. Because when we talk about violent armed conflicts, we are way beyond the individual. We are, in fact, dealing with communities. To be more accurate, that is the normal context of conflicts that we have around the world that are internal. Hurst has lived to my expectations and challenged us in a number of ways. Thank you, Hurst, for a job well done. I think it is important to realize that what we're doing here is actually consulting in the regional context to actually have a better understanding of the particular views, situations, challenges that you have that can be quite different in different parts of the world. Also trying to reach out more to segments of society, minorities and others that can contribute, which otherwise might not be able to do so. And I must say, I think that we are succeeding very, very well. We have heard things that I'm not sure we would have been able to actually be enriched and attain had we stayed mainly in Geneva during this time. I do want to make a few clarifications, if I may, although there may be a bit of hesitation sometimes about the expression minority rights. The United Nations Declaration on the rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities is clear that we are talking about rights of minorities. And I need to emphasize this, we are talking about human rights of minorities, which until now have been mainly formulated on an individual basis. But as Alain has had quite an effect on me, I think we need to think a bit more about this. And especially in relation to national minorities, whether there is another dimension that needs to be looked at more closely, particularly when we talk about the prevention of armed conflict. So Alain, I'm extremely happy that you were invited. I'm extremely pleased and honored that Hurst and Althea have been invited and have been able to contribute, as has my colleague Victor, who I thought actually made a very powerful presentation of aspects that we don't necessarily always keep in mind. And finally, I would like to thank the moderator, Meredith, for a job well done. We are ready to take, I guess, a break. For some of us, it will be lunch or some other meal, perhaps. And then we will try to bring everything together to some extent and try to distill some of the elements when we return in about 50 minutes or so. So once again, to all of you, thank you very much. I would like all of us perhaps to give a hand of applause. It is one of the panels I enjoyed the most, by the way. Thank you very much. Merci. And now I think it is time for a break, and then we will be returning.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Stretch your legs, and hopefully you will all be staying with us. But again, thank you all so much for your contributions to the discussion. Concluded.
Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of the First Americas Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants through the Zoom share screen function. This will only be viewable in English. However, simultaneous interpretation will be available when the
We seem to have lost Ana Maria, another technical problem. What we will be doing is I will continue with some of my comments and observations first, and hopefully Ana Maria will be able to rejoin us. Once again, Excellencies, distinguished panelists and experts and guests, ladies and gentlemen, much of yesterday and today, members of the Tom Lantos Institute and others connected with my mandate have been working in the background to translate, assess, analyze, collate, and draft the proposed recommendations, which will be read out to you in the next hour if everything goes well. Perhaps it's important for me to explain a little bit the concept and the process, because what we are dealing with is a process. The recommendations, or the draft recommendations, I should say, these actually come from all of you, or all of the experts, the moderators, those who intervene and sent written recommendations, for example, and who provided us even before the regional forum provided or submitted recommendations to us in writing prior to and during the regional forum. So all of these recommendations have been collated, as I said, by the organizers. And to reach this list of recommendations for this session, what occurred was that duplicates were excluded, and there was an attempt to bring together all the recommendations in clusters, thematic clusters. In the end, I as the United Nations Special Rapporteur will have the ultimate say over the final set of recommendations, because as I will be explaining a bit further, this is a process which will be continuing for a period of time. The recommendations come from this regional forum, but there will also be recommendations coming from all 4 regional forums, which are to be held this year. In June, the middle of June, we will have the Regional Forum for Africa and the Middle East. In September, there will be a Regional Forum for Asia Pacific. And in October, the Regional Forum for Europe will be held. Eventually, all of these recommendations emanating from these regional contexts, also expertise on a regional basis, will also be part of my own report and will be considered and submitted during the 17th United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, to be held in December in Geneva. And once again, let me emphasize how much this is a process. What I've described is the process which will be occurring this year, leading up to the recommendations, all the recommendations that have been retained, being part of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which is on the same theme as this one in all regional forums. But that's not the end of the process. The process will continue, hopefully next year, where I will be, as the United Nations Special Rapporteur, trying to distill these recommendations, add other consultations also in relation to perhaps providing some practical guidelines in terms of the prevention of violent conflict and the protection of the human rights of minorities. So some of you, as I will be mentioning also later on, some of you may be contacted again for further input and your insights on perhaps pushing this and trying to move forward for a much better implementation of the human rights of minorities in order to prevent conflicts. So I can see that Ana Maria is back with us. Ana Maria, the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Fernand, and apologies. Unfortunately, I can't control my internet connection, so sorry about that. And I will invite now my colleague, Marcus Soda, to start reading up the set of recommendations you have submitted and has been collated by us. Again, please do send your comments, which will be then integrated via the Zoom chat function. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll begin reading out the recommendations now. The first category of recommendations are the implementation of an education about human rights, minority rights, and indigenous rights. Number one, the UN and its agencies, including regional offices, should promote the implementation of all international instruments related to minority rights. Number two, UN agencies, including OHCHR regional offices, should carry out training activities to educate staff members on minority rights and the rights of indigenous peoples. Number three, international and regional human rights treaty bodies monitoring compliance with human rights should ensure the independence of their members and have a more active commitment to minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. In compliance with Article 9 of the UNDM, these treaty bodies should incorporate the existing international and regional minority, indigenous, and Afro-descendants rights frameworks into their work. Number four, the Human Rights Council should monitor the situation of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants under attack more emphatically and encourage the UN General Assembly to act in the same manner. Number five, states should incorporate internationally agreed minority rights, such as Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples within their domestic laws and programs. Number six, in particular, states should guarantee the economic, social, and cultural rights of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants in accordance with the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Number seven, states should respect, protect, and fulfill human rights contained in international legal instruments, including those focusing on combating racial discrimination, with particular attention paid to the intersection of racism and violence against women, such as the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. Number eight, the implementation of minority and indigenous rights needs to be embedded in appropriate foundational policies and legislative changes in order to establish strong anti-racism principles and the protection of minority and indigenous identities. This includes renouncing all colonial doctrines of superiority in law and enacting these renouncements. Number nine, states should allow and facilitate access to the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and other relevant special procedures of the UN Human Rights Council, the OHCHR, and the IACHR to investigate relevant cases, including violence towards minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants, and to seek a solution to the problem. Number 10, states should comply with precautionary, provisional, and urgent measures and decisions of the Inter-American System of Human Rights in response to repeated attacks on and human rights violations of minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants, such as in the case of Acosta et al. Versus Nicaragua of 25th March 2017. Number 11, states should develop and implement programs to educate citizens, public servants, and the private and financial sectors about fundamental human rights and about the specific rights of minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. Number 12, states should ensure that such educational programs provide minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants with the specific knowledge and tools to fully realize their human rights and effectively participate in society.
Marcus, just let's take a moment of break, have a drink if you need it, and then we can. I saw already a comment, thank you for it, and we need to make the changes on the item 1. By accident, we only talk about minority rights. Here it goes without saying that we will make reference, as we do across all recommendations, to minority rights, Indigenous rights, the rights of Afro-descendants, and also legislate human rights against racial discrimination. We took note of this comment. Thank you. And now, Marcus, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll now continue with the recommendations under combating inequality and discrimination and intersectionality. Number 13, states should recognize that inequalities faced by minorities, Indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, including intersecting forms of discrimination experienced by LGBT people and women, are fundamental causes of contemporary conflicts which disproportionately affect these groups. Number 14, states should work to combat discrimination, stereotypes, stigma, and colonialist attitudes in relation to minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants to facilitate the observance of human rights and the prevention of conflict. Number 15, states should make discrimination against the Roma minority visible through data collection. This data should be used to develop specific public policies to address this discrimination with the participation of representatives of the Roma minority. Number 16, the media should refrain from spreading negative stereotypes and worsening tensions in relation to minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. Recognizing and accommodating ethnocultural diversity. Number 17, states should recognize the diversity of their populations and the specific identities, rights, and interests of minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. States should enact laws and implement public policies that protect, respect, and promote this diversity of groups and within groups. Number 18, states should implement interventions, including special measures that are tailored to the needs of minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants to ensure the protection of minority and Indigenous rights, prevent conflicts, and provide redress to historically neglected and disadvantaged groups. Ensuring effective participation in public, political, economic, social, and cultural life. Number 19, international, regional, and domestic political and human rights bodies should ensure the participation and cooperation of minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants in the development and implementation of any political, legal, and rights framework that provides protection from and redress for conflict in order to ensure understanding of the historical, cultural, and structural considerations that must be taken into account, and that prevention measures and reparations are sustainable and do not contribute to further rights violations or re-victimization. Number 20, states should ensure that national processes and institutions should be developed and include the participation of minorities, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants, and that they are not externally imposed upon these groups. Number 21, states should ensure participation and representation in political, economic, social, and cultural life for minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. Number 22, states should develop electoral measures that guarantee the political participation of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants, and the rights to elect, be elected, and access public office, coupled with the recognition and respect of their traditions and cultures. Number 23, states should increase political participation for minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants within the political system, in parliaments, civil service, and public bodies. Number 24, states should ensure effective participation, consultation, and cooperation of civil society and representatives of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants in the development of national programs and strategies on health, education, justice, and other areas in accordance with international standards, such as the UNDM, the UNDRIP, the International Labour Organization Convention 169, and the ICE-SCR. Number 25, states should enact programs and strategies with the participation and cooperation of civil society and representatives of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants to improve the economic participation of these groups, including vocational training, promotion of women's economic autonomy, gender equality and empowerment of women, and the promotion of traditional livelihoods. Number 26, states should develop and finance bilateral and multilateral technical cooperation programs and projects that aim to address the social and economic situation of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. These programs and projects should pay special attention to youth, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities, and should be culturally relevant to these groups. In order to ensure that funds reach the designated communities, these programs and projects must be transparent and include monitoring mechanisms. Number 27, states should ensure that minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants are represented in national human rights institutions responsible for receiving complaints about violations and for developing policies and strategies aimed at protecting and assisting these groups. States should ensure that these institutions are free from political biases and abuse of power, and that minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants are included and represented in their staff.
Marcus, thank you. Take another moment of break here. And we could see that recommendations on participation, effective participation, public participation in political, economic, social, and cultural rights is an enormously emphatic part of recommendations seen to prevent conflict. Marcus, please take it forward.
Okay, the next category is educating about minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. Number 28, states should ensure education in public schools about the history and culture of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants living in their territory. Number 29, states should train public officials on the history and culture of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants living in their territory. Number 30, states should ensure that knowledge production on the history, society, and culture of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants is decolonized and the predominant Eurocentric perspective removed. Knowledge production and education on the history, society, and culture of these groups should be developed by and with their effective participation. Number 31, states should conduct educational and public awareness campaigns aimed at transforming the political culture of discrimination and exclusion of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants within political systems. Number 32, states should formally recognize, teach the history of, and commemorate the genocide of the Roma that took place during World War II as part of the Holocaust, Any prevention of continuing discrimination and prevention of future genocide needs to be based on the recognition of past atrocities. Land and environment. Number 33, states should prevent discrimination against minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants with respect to their right to buy, own, and sell property. Number 34, states should ensure consultative processes and guarantee effective dialogue with minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants when issues related to land and the environment arise. Any decisions related to the ownership and use of lands traditionally owned and inhabited by these groups should be human rights-based and involve free, prior, and informed consent. Number 35, states should apply the political and legal framework for environmental protection, taking into account the value of lands for minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. Normative frameworks should be guided by the ethno-development of minorities, indigenous people, and Afro-descendants. Health. Number 36, discriminatory state responses to an epidemic such as COVID-19, further marginalizing minorities, can be a source of tension and conflict. States should apply special measures sensitive to the cultures of minority groups and their social conditions. Religion. Number 37, states should guarantee freedom of religion and belief and prevent religious discrimination, including atrocities committed against denominations particular to Afro-descendants and other groups. Access to justice.
Before you get to access to justice, just take a breath. I can see the comments coming in. Thank you very much. We're taking note of them and they will be integrated. Thank you. Marcus.
Access to justice. Number 38, international and regional human rights bodies should provide minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants with effective recourse to address grievances and provide an early resolution to potential conflicts. Existing mechanisms include the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination Urgent Action Procedure, the UN Special Rapporteurs on Minority Issue and the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Advisory Committee of Experts to the Framework Convention on National Minorities, the OSCE High Commissioner for National Minorities, and the OAS Rapporteurship on the Rights of Persons of African Descent and Against Racial Discrimination. Number 39, in situations of conflict, states should conduct effective, independent, and impartial investigations to establish truth and ensure accountability for the violations and abuses committed, and identify, prosecute, and hold criminally accountable those responsible. Combating violence. Number 40. States should work to disarm violent groups and protect minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants from illegal and violent acts, including armed attacks. Data collection. Number 41, states should collect disaggregated data on minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants to inform the development of specific public policies. At the same time, states must ensure that such data is not used to further discriminate against such groups. Number 42, states should collect, analyze, and publish relevant, comparable, and updated quantitative and qualitative data on the political, social, and economic conditions of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants, including on the discrimination and violence faced by these groups. Conflict prevention measures.
Okay, just thank you, Marcus. Just take a little break. And in the meantime, we give the chance to our colleagues to look at the text and think their comments through. Are you ready to go?
Conflict prevention measures. Number 43, States should develop, implement, and strengthen programs to analyze the root causes and elements of conflicts in order to analyze and develop policies for the early prevention of such conflicts. Number 44, states should develop tools and plans for observing and monitoring risk factors for conflicts based on identity and for implementing practical political solutions for maintaining a stable environment, mitigating risks, and increasing the ability to detect and respond to threats in their early stages. Number 45, political actions of preventive diplomacy should be linked with long-term capacity building within countries, including education on the rights of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants at different levels of government and within civil society and communities to allow for effective dialogue. Number 46, regional, intergovernmental, and civil society organizations should provide states assistance to develop their own early warning systems and to understand which policies exacerbate conflict and what kind of policies could reduce or mitigate the escalation of conflict, with the active engagement of minorities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants to contribute to conflict prevention. Number 47, key social actors at all levels, from the local to global level, should strengthen transnational cooperation to promote collaboration and joint strategies for conflict prevention.
Thank you very much. We also noted a comment coming from one of our colleagues that the Roma identity group, minority group, should be added to the list of minorities we enlist here. We take note of that recommendation. It was quite a work to put together, to collate the recommendations as they came in. We also made some efforts to embed them in the normative frameworks which already exist. However, what we saw when collated the recommendations is the enormous ignorance by public officials, states, about the rights of indigenous peoples, rights of minorities, and the lack of education about these rights. And I think this is one of the major messages that why have rights if effective communities, states, public officials do not know about them. We have a fairly robust normative framework which we can base our dialogue on. But I just wanted to reiterate this very important recommendation which has come through from your proposals. And I thank our colleague Marcus again, and also Evelyn Verhaas, who is not on the screen, but she worked on the recommendations, on the collation of recommendations with us. So we now have the final list awaiting the integration of your comments. And I would like to thank you to everyone that has proposed recommendations and provided their input on the list. Following the closing session, the list will be finalized by the special rapporteur. And finally, I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Warenne for the last time for his concluding remarks. It's over to you, Fernand.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. Muchas gracias. As Ana Maria has just said, we will be working a little bit more on the recommendations and incorporating some very last suggestions also. Excellencies, distinguished experts and guests, señoras y caballeros, first, congratulations and thank you. And I start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions, of sharing of expertise and insights, and of course, especially drafting recommendations. you have in many ways exceeded our expectations. Because despite the unusual high number of technical difficulties in the first day, where we lost contact first with the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, and we lost also contact with the chair of the regional, or the first panel, we have had the ability or the opportunity of receiving a great deal of feedback and input from you. And in fact, I can say that this is a very successful first regional forum, but also a first regional consultation in many ways. And this was our first regional forum in the Americas. And there were many new challenges to face, including having interpretation in 5 languages. We had never done that before. There were a few challenges, but what in the end was striking, and which I would like to share again with you, is the very high level of interest. Now, it was hoped that we would have at least 100 participants, really, the first time with this regional forum for the Americas. But in the end, there were more than double that. I think there are more than 230 participants, 17 state representatives, as well as minority experts, representatives, and others. In fact, there are very many individuals from minority groups, individuals who work with minority and human rights organizations that were here, even if we did not necessarily see or hear them. In fact, apparently this is the most participation we have ever had at a regional forum. So again, congratulations all around in this very high level of interest and organization and participation, and also a great deal of appreciation and congratulations to the organizations who assisted in preparing this event. Now, before we continue, there is some general observations that I would like to make, in which I think come out from the discussions and reactions, as well as the recommendations that we've received. In many countries, inequality is increasing. Now, while it seems that some of it has been exacerbated by the effects of the pandemic, many societies around the world were not becoming more just, were not becoming more equal and inclusive in recent years. And to be very blunt, minorities and indigenous peoples are once again disproportionately those who are being left behind. They are the ones who are victims of discrimination, some of it intentional, much of it institutional, and there has perhaps not been sufficient emphasis on respecting the human rights of those who are most vulnerable, including especially Afro-descendants, Roma, indigenous peoples, and other minorities. And I think what was striking, and something I certainly retained, was the feeling of frustration. Frustration that the regional and international mechanisms that we have to ensure that the rights of everyone, including minorities, and even the human rights defenders in some parts of the region, that these human rights are to be equally protected. That this doesn't seem to be able to be implemented. It does not seem to be working. And the human rights of some of the most vulnerable continue to be violated and ignored, which means that these people, even the defenders of human rights and the defenders of minorities and indigenous peoples, are abused and even subjected at times to violence and even killed with little consequence to the perpetrators and those responsible, as some of you know very well. And so, despite the noble intentions and goals contained in the UN, the Universal or the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we run the risk of going backwards in addressing the root causes of conflict, since long-standing grievances of minorities, and as we've heard time and time again also, indigenous peoples still run the risk of being disproportionately ignored because the human rights dimensions of protecting those most in need of protection, such as minorities, are not working sufficiently or even not working at all. And this creates conditions for potential conflict. As many of you pointed out in different ways, without justice, there can be no peace. The second general observation that I wanted to make, which emanates from your recommendations, is that while many of them were general and did not necessarily directly deal with the themes that were raised in the 4 panels of this regional forum, there was still, in my view, a clear message. Minorities, including Roma, Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, still feel largely ignored, unprotected, and marginalized and excluded. And that the United Nations and governments are still not doing enough to recognize the particular marginalization and vulnerability of these groups, ensuring that everyone's human rights are protected equally, and that the specific marginalization and vulnerability of these groups need to be addressed and their human rights more clearly set out and protected. That message, in a sense, is, of course, the need to focus on those who are particularly targeted, yet vulnerable, if you want to effectively tackle the most serious situations of exclusion, injustice, and discrimination. And here, to put it in very simple language, I think it is the difference between all lives matter and Black Lives Matter that we've been hearing quite a bit in the United States, as all of you know. Of course, all lives matter, but some lives are more threatened than others. Some are more vulnerable and subjected to systemic injustice, racism, and discrimination. And unless this imbalance is addressed directly, the necessary measures and focus where they are most needed will not effectively be identified and put into place. And I think someone mentioned that the human rights of minorities must be mainstreamed in the activities of the United Nations to help in this evolution. And clearly, that is not the case currently yet. What I also retain from these recommendations is therefore that the United Nations and national governments must do more to recognize those who are vulnerable and marginalized groups particularly, especially minorities who are often vulnerable to the whims, the prejudices or biases of the majority. And more has to be done to offer better recognition, legal recognition, protection, and implementation of their fundamental human rights, because what we have in place right now is not sufficient or is not being implemented appropriately. Conceptually, there is much that could be said, and I noted that even among some of our panelists, there may not have been a deep appreciation of that we are dealing with the human rights of minorities, and that it is the denial of those human rights which are the root causes of the group-based grievances that can lead to violent conflicts that was referred to in the United Nations and World Bank study in 2017. And just to be clear, because there was some ambiguity about this at one point today, more recent data and studies confirm that most conflicts today are internal armed conflicts. And in most, not all, but most of these conflicts, one of the parties is the minority or indigenous peoples group, which again was indicated in the United Nations and World Bank report, where you have grievances of exclusion, injustice, and discrimination which are not only perceived, but often directly identifiable or connectable to discriminatory practices against individuals who are members of these communities. And that there is a community dimension that should not be neglected here when one considers the prevention of violent conflict. Put in another way, what the World Bank and United Nations report was referring to is that the subjects of these conflicts, not their object, which can be power, it can be participation, it can be resources, access to services, etc. But the unequal distribution of power, participation, resources, access, which almost always features as one involving violations of the most basic of human rights, the prohibition of discrimination. But this affects not only individuals, it has a collective dimension beyond the individual in a disproportionate way. So this is one of the nuances which has perhaps not always been appreciated, but it is fundamentally important in relation to conflict contexts or contexts where conflicts can occur. So this is also one of the central messages which I retained. And this is something we have also heard in other parts of the world, and which we will try to bring together in the final recommendations, thanks to your inputs and insights and understanding of the context and the region here. Because in the end, it is part of the necessary search for justice and inclusion if we are to have equality and peace for all, and no one is to be left behind. Let me mention once again what I shared with you earlier, that this is just one part of a process with many steps, that the recommendations will be worked on and be used at various stages, including being available for participants at the upcoming United Nations Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva in December this year, and will be used hopefully to inspire and contribute to the eventual drafting, I hope, of practical guidelines for the United Nations on the prevention of violent conflicts and the protection of the human rights of minorities. I hope also that the next 3 regional forums we will be holding this year before December in Africa and the Middle East, in Asia Pacific, and in Europe will allow us to contribute more in what is a central, essential dimension of respecting the human rights of minorities and the reality that most internal armed conflicts around the world, that justice and peace can best be secured and conflicts prevented when the human rights of all of us, but especially of those who tend to be most marginalized, excluded, and subjected to prejudices and discrimination are recognized and protected. And as this is done also elsewhere around the world, the United Nations and national governments must focus their attention and efforts on those whose human rights are most at risk, and perhaps particularly in this period of pandemic, as we have seen today and tomorrow, these tend to be in many cases minorities. There were many other suggestions, many which had perhaps no direct relevance to the theme of the forum, but some of them actually do connect directly to the importance of a better protection of the human rights of minorities. So many of those have been retained. You will see in some of the recommendations that have emerged from this forum. Some of the information that we received from some of you were actually very precise, that you dealt with specific situations and even cases. And I would, first of all, I have to express my gratitude for those of you who have raised some issues that are extremely difficult, that involve, in fact, direct violations of the rights of minorities in the region. And I would invite you to think of this event as a beginning and not an end. I would invite you to consider, for example, that the participation of some of the panelists from regional entities, regional organizations, they were here, they participated, and they actually in their work might be able to contribute to address some of the issues which some of you have raised yesterday and today. And more directly for issues that involve the human rights of minorities more generally, and I'm thinking, for example, of the lady from Quebec who raised concerns in relation to legislation in that part of Canada and others, I would invite you to contact the office of my mandate in Geneva so that perhaps some of these issues can be considered more closely and more directly. So I've just posted in the chat box the email address where I would invite you to remember that this regional forum is a first step, a first contact, and it is the beginning. Only I will be holding more regional forums in the coming year and a half or a couple of years of my mandate. I will now continue in the French language, my mother tongue. Il y a bien sûr des recommandations qui sont propres à chaque région et on m'indique que nous en avons un nombre tout de même assez très intéressant. Attendez, il y a un petit... OK, très bien. C'est d'ailleurs là l'un des objectifs de ces forums régionaux. Vous avez des contextes et des défis qui vous sont propres et la meilleure façon de l'identifier, de mieux le comprendre, c'est d'être sur place avec des gens de la région. Bon, même s'il est vrai que 2 jours en virtuel, c'est très peu et pas exactement en place, mais c'est déjà mieux. Et à partir de 2022, j'espère que nous pourrons organiser des forums dans cette région en physique, en présentiel. Donc, félicitations pour votre participation, vos contributions et toutes vos recommandations. Et maintenant que je viens de dire le mot magique, félicitations, ceci m'amène à l'étape des remerciements. La tenue de ce premier forum régional des Amériques n'a été possible que grâce au dévouement, à l'enthousiasme, même au sacrifice et au manque de sommeil de personnes que je vais maintenant signaler. Permettez-moi d'abord d'exprimer mes remerciements aux interprètes, à vous les interprètes, qui ont fait un excellent travail dans des conditions, pas toujours faciles. L'interprétation est une tâche difficile, mais néanmoins essentielle si l'on veut être le plus accessible possible et ne pas se limiter à 1 ou 2 langues européennes dominantes. Donc, bravo, chapeau pour les interprètes, merci pour les interprètes des 4 langues de ce forum régional, l'anglais, l'espagnol, le français et le portugais, ainsi que la langue des signes mexicaine. Par ailleurs, plusieurs entités régionales ont appuyé et contribué à l'organisation de ce premier forum des Amériques. Je tiens évidemment à remercier en particulier nos hôtes, le gouvernement du Mexique, ainsi que les partenaires régionaux de ce forum, le Centre mondial du pluralisme, le Global Center for Pluralism, le Human Rights Center and Education Center at the University of Ottawa, and the International Movement Against All Forms of Racial Discrimination and Racism, and the International Institute on Race, Equality and Human Rights. Merci à vous. Il ne faut pas non plus oublier l'aide, les suggestions et la présence des Minority Fellows des Nations Unies, passés et présents, qui ont beaucoup contribué à ce forum régional et qui, j'espère, continueront de le faire pour nous tous, pour tous les forums régionaux. Il y a eu aussi l'aide et les conseils indispensables du groupe de consultation pour les forums régionaux dans la préparation de tous les forums régionaux ainsi que celui-ci à travers le monde. Donc, merci, thank you also to this consultative group. Merci à tous les experts invités et représentants, les représentants officiels de 17 gouvernements nationaux qui nous ont permis de mieux comprendre la situation et les besoins dans différents contextes et parties des Amériques, y compris les gouvernements de l'Argentine, du Brésil, du Costa Rica, des États-Unis et bien sûr du Mexique, qui ont contribué à une première tentative d'avoir également une rencontre, un panel de haut niveau des États. Alors, grâce à eux et au succès de ce panel, je crois que nous allons dorénavant intégrer cette approche, ce genre de panel dans tous nos forums régionaux. À vous tous donc, obrigado. Aux 5 modérateurs des panels de ce forum régional, Madame Gay McDougall, Monsieur John Packer, Monsieur José Antonio Guevara Bermudez, Madame Lethia Brooks et Madame Meredith Preston McGee, un très gros merci pour votre modération, votre travail de présidence des panels qui ont enrichi et assuré le succès de notre forum. À tous les panélistes également, qui ont plu de partager avec nous le fruit de leur expérience et expertise, qui ont également enrichi le contenu des recommandations, puisqu'ils ont tous été demandés de nous faire parvenir au moins 3 recommandations si possible. Encore une fois, merci. Vous avez soulevé des éléments et fait des suggestions qui, ma foi, ont apporté des éléments auxquels nous n'avions pas nécessairement pensé. Et surtout, vous avez apporté une expertise, une profondeur de connaissances qui, je crois, va aller très loin à enrichir les recommandations. D'ailleurs, il est possible que nous fassions appel à vous une nouvelle fois cette année ou l'an prochain, puisque, comme je l'ai expliqué plus tôt, nous ne venons que d'entamer, que de commencer un long processus qui, j'espère, en plus d'être présenté au Forum des Nations Unies à Genève, pourront aussi alimenter notre réflexion et nos efforts en vue de la rédaction des lignes directrices pour la prévention des conflits, pour la meilleure protection des droits humains des minorités. Aux membres de mon équipe au Haut Commissariat des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies, c'est-à-dire aux 2 Marina et à Madame Hee Kyung, ainsi que mon aviseur spécial au mandat Murtaza, ainsi que aux membres de l'équipe de l'Institut Tom Lantos, et en particulier Evelyn, Marcus, Nikki et Sean, mais peut-être surtout et avant tout à Anna Maria, la directrice de l'Institut, pour votre appui indéfectible depuis 2019, sans quoi il n'y aurait jamais eu de forums régionaux. Un gros merci, merci 1000 fois, merci, merci, merci. Enfin, à vous tous les participants, toutes les personnes qui ont contribué d'une manière ou d'une autre, tous ceux qui sont là encore aujourd'hui, nous avons réussi au-delà de nos attentes. Bravo, merci encore une fois. Et finalement, il ne faut pas oublier que ce n'est qu'un début, ce n'est pas la fin. C'est le commencement d'un processus, mais également c'est le commencement, pour ce qui est des Amériques précisément, d'un premier forum régional. Il y en aura d'autres parce qu'il y a énormément de travail, y compris du travail de sensibilisation, du travail de lobbying en quelque sorte, auprès non seulement des gouvernements,